Yep, I can be heard. Okay. Shoot. Since nobody's in the stream right now, I guess this is only. Excuse me, I guess this is only for the people who are watching the VOD, but how's it going, everybody? Hope y'all are doing well. Back with another VOD. Excuse me, not a VOD, another stream. There you go. More Steinscape, more Steinscape. If if you're watching the VOD, this won't really matter to you, but I am what's it called? It's the next day since I streamed, and we're back. Back to back streams, pre-fire. But for the people who are watching this today, or well, I guess the day that this is being streamed, or for the people who are watching the VOD at a later date, first of all, hi to the people in the future. But what's it called? Today we are at 499 subscribers, and we're one away. We're one away from 500 subscribers, and 500 away. Well, I guess 501 away from 1,000, which is crazy because I mean to get sidetracked, but where's my channel? Yeah, right here. View. Can I not view my channel? About to say, there you go. So, for context, right? I started this channel back in 2015, but I didn't really start uploading until like 2021. It was because of COVID, so all that jazz. But yeah, I reached 50 subscribers in February 2023, and mind you, again, that was 2 years later. I reached 50 subscribers, and then I reached 100 on my birthday, funnily enough, September 6, 2024, so last year, which was pretty fire. I really appreciated that. And that we reached 200 in February again. And then 3 months later, we reached 300. And then 2 months later, we reached 400. And if things pan out, which hopefully will be soon, if not, it is what it is. I'm not putting a timeline on the process, but it'll be almost 4 months when we reach 500. I think from 500 from 300 to 400, it was just a perfect storm, because like from May, 6 months ago, so yeah, May, so Vinland Saga, ReZero, One Piece, Mihoyo, Bocchi the Rock, and then Kagurabachi, like legit, it was just the perfect storm of like people were watching the videos consistently, because four out of those six, yeah, I don't know, yeah, 4 out of those 6 videos have over 1,000 views. 5 of them almost have 1,000 views or over 1,000 views, and then 3 of them have over 3,000 views, and then 2 of them have over 7K views. So it's like that was just legit the perfect storm. And then from Garden of Sinners onward, which is like 3 months ago, so August, September, October, and now November. It's been slow. It's been slow, but honestly, it's content that I like to make, so I'm not upset at all, or I don't regret it at all. But it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. Cause like you look at my channel and it's like, I look back at my channel, excuse me, and there was a lot of content that I privated or unlisted because it just didn't fit the content that I make now. And even the older videos that I have on my channel, like the gaming collections or the Kagurabachi video or the Bleach 1000 Year Blood War video, it's just like these really don't fit my channel anymore, except for like the Kagurabachi first Kagurabachi video and the Tokyo Revengers one. But I would say where would be the one? Where would be the one? Not these ones. Yeah, definitely not these ones. Yeah, because these aren't the ones. Yeah, I would say I started to find my footing with this channel around September of 2024 when I made the Risk of Rain video. Just realized I could just be yapping to people in the stream who may not even be here, but let me see. Just in case, I'll have to chat open. Yeah, how's it going, Benji? But yeah, so should probably have the I'll do it. Why not? Game catcher, go to any full screen. Yep. So I'll just show you guys so you guys can see. But like it was around here where my channel, like I really started to find my footing on my channel, and then ever since that, this is my first 1,000 view video, like official, well not officially, but like publicly, my first 1,000 view video. But like around here is definitely when I started to find my footing, because like these videos are just short. I made them just to make them, except for like this one and this one and this one. These were just fun. These are just fun to make. Same with the Kagurabachi one. That was like a first foray. But yeah, so these three were really enjoyable inside of the Kagurabachi video. And these, granted, the ones were funny, but they weren't anything crazy. And then again, it was really the Secret of the Storm one that really locked me in, because after that I made this video, which I did enjoy, this video, which I really did enjoy. This one was okay, not great, but whatever. This one I loved. It was fire. This one, okay, fire, okay, fire. My best video to date in terms of like performance. Not my best video period, but definitely to date. Fire. Yeah, we can skip these, it's fine. Fire. You know what? Even though it's short, this one I did put a lot of effort into, so, fire, and fire. Ever since Vinland Saga, it's just been a consistent, I've been on a heater. And, it sounds arrogant, but I genuinely do believe that, I've been making my best content today ever since Vinland Saga onward. And it's not to say that, the content from, here onward wasn't good. This is a good video. Again, the ones that I pointed out before, those were good videos, but it was just too much fat in between. 5 videos of just straight fat, and I'm not happy with them. I'm not proud of how it turned out. This one was okay, but I just didn't like Daima, so it definitely left a stain. The thumbnail was good. I did enjoy making a thumbnail, but it's just this era right here is the peak era for sure. This is the peak era. But yeah, anyways, so enough blabbering. Let's get back to the video. But specific window, Steins. So I don't think we're gonna get to recursive Mother Goose this time. I think because honestly I think this section of the game is the longest. Compared to the other side, this section is way longer. So I'm expecting to get to a certain scene before we get to the recursive Mother Goose, but we'll see how long I go. We'll see how far we can take it, but we ball. But just real quick, let me pull up my guide so I can know when I need to make the decision. Oh, that's Blast Blue. I thought that was trails. Guides. That's all in Russian. Endings. Yep. Cursive Mother Goose. All right. Let's ball. That was the first thing, or well, actually, can I replay it?
Kagari, ひどいの?
There you go. That was the first thing Suzuha said to me when I walked through the door. Oh, let's see, where's yep, audio's all good. Game capture is good. There you go. Yeah, let's keep going. If there's anything wrong with this stream, just let me know. She and Maho were sitting on the sofa. I told them about the situation already via Ryan, but they were still worried anyway, probably.
今は落ち着いてるが、一時はかなり混乱していた。
やっぱりクリスの記憶？
ああ。ここまで来ると、もう間違いないだろう。
I still didn't know why, but inside Kagari's mind were Kurisu's Makise's memories. The question was how to deal with this problem. There were limits to what we could do on our own. I want to mention, this route has just a lot more Okabe. I think I mentioned that earlier in like past streams, but I love that this route is just Okabe. Like, we get flashes of other characters here and there, but significantly better in terms of like we're just basically following Okabe. And I think I'll probably talk about this in the video, but it's better to not play the game the way I did, because it definitely hampers the experience. I think playing this route first is better than playing the second route, because the second route without this side is definitely like, where's Okabe? Where's the main character? Like, so I think it's just better to play this route first, you know. But oh well, I wanted to get Hidden Stigma first, but we ball. Anyway, the most we could hope to do was figure out how this happened. That wouldn't be a real solution. To really fix this, we needed to get her back to normal, to erase Kurisu's memories and restore the original Kagari. And for that, we needed the help of a specialist. Maho Hyajo was a specialist in that sense. There was nobody else who knew as much about memories and the workings of the brain. But there was a problem. We still hadn't told her that Kagari was from the future. In this world line, Maho didn't know Suzuha and the others that well. Of course, she didn't know about the future of the time machine. Was it okay to tell her? No, so you gotta ask Suzuha.
あなたたちはかがりさんとはどうやって知り合ったの？
There you go.
漆原さんのところに来る前は彼女はどこで何をしていたのかしら？かがりは千葉の県境で倒れていたところを助けられたんだ。意識を取り戻した時点でそれ以前の記憶はなかった。
So I mean spaghetti. That was the same as the last world line.
でも子供の頃の記憶はあるんでしょ？鈴葉さんは彼女と知り合いだったのよね。
ママ。
子供の頃の彼女はどこで何をしていたの？
Oh, Karin. Alright. Let's see. Oh, come on, man. I want to see. Anyways, yeah. Okay. She's fine. Don't worry. We're all doing our best. I'll do something. Nah, man. There you go. Is Kagari okay? She's fine. Don't worry. But I'm so worried. You getting worried will just make things worse. Show her a smile. Yeah. This is harder for Kagari than any of us. We need to cheer her up. You're right. Thanks, Okarin. Thank you. That's sweet. That's sweet. Alright, let's see. Okay, let's see. So, clever at the game hid this actually. Telling you this just in case Kagari collapsed. What do you mean? Is she okay? She's awake now. She's probably fine. Suzuha, you got time after this? I want to talk about what we do next. Okie dokie. I'll go back to the lab. I'll head there too. Or, no, that's not how my house sounds. I'll head there too. You sure? It's getting late. I'm fine. Thanks. See you there. Okie dokie. It's just so funny that that's her catchphrase now. I wish I was like that in the original. She felt responsible for what Kagari was going through right now. Probably. I could see it on her face that she wanted to bring back the old Kagari somehow.
どうする？ヒヤジョーさんに話しても。
Well, now we have to. Maho was a scientist. If we told her the truth, she'd be sure to take an interest in time travel. She might start working on a time machine. This is a big risk. But
カガリを救う方法を突き止めるためにはやむを得ないか。
I'm not saying it's for Kagari's sake. I thought for a moment, then nodded. My priority right now is helping Kagari. Suzuha nodded back and then turned to face Maho.
今から話すことを知っているのはごく一部の人間しかいない。だからヒヤジョーさんも決して他の誰かに漏らしたりはしないで。なんなの急に。
Maho seemed overwhelmed by the sudden chill emanating from Suzuha. There you go. But Suzuha kept talking.
冗談に聞こえるかもしれないけど、冗談なんかじゃないんだ。約束できるか否か、答えは2つに1つだ。
Maho looked at me hesitant, but she must have seen something in my face.
わかったわ。誰にも言わない。約束する。
She nodded.
それじゃあ、まずはさっきの質問の答え。子供の頃、私とカガリがどこで何をしていたか。私たちは第三次世界大戦が終わった後も未だ各地で内戦が続く戦時下に暮らしていた。2036年のね。
Maho's mouth hung open for a second, but soon her cheeks flushed with anger.
からかわないで。人が真剣に聞いてるのに。
Yeah, so was she. Suzuha remained silent. Her eyes were ice cold and staring straight into Maho.
ヒヤジョーさん、鈴葉が最初に忠告したはずだ。これは作り話でも冗談でもない。鈴葉とカガリは25年後の未来からやってきた存在なんだ。タイムマシンでな。
タイムマシン？そんなものが作れるわけが。
その理論の大元を作ったのがマキセ・クリスだと言っても。
Yo, that's a bar. Yo, that's a bar. Man, I said, but you know somebody who could. That's fire. The second I said Kurisu's name, the anger vanished from her face.
そんなの。わかった。聞くだけは聞くわ。
Lock in and listen. Suzuha and I told her almost everything. How I met Kurisu. About the D-mails, what happened in the Alpha World line, the development of the time machine, Mayuri's death, attractive field theory, what happened in 2036, what was going on with Kagari. The one thing I didn't tell her was the truth about Kurisu's death.
とりあえず話を整理させて。つまり鈴葉さんとカガリさんは岡部さんに未来を変えてもらうために2036年からやってきたと、そういうのね。
Yeah.
そうだよ。
Maho sank into the sofa and sighed. Does that a lot.
岡部さんにそんな大層なことができるとは思えないわ。たった一人の人間に全人類の命運がかかっているなんて。
俺だって無理だと思っている。
I give it up actually. On the entire future.
到底信じられない話ではある。あるけど。でも、あなたの言ったその理論なら、確かにタイムリープは可能かもしれない。それに何より、その理論の元を作ったのはクリスなんでしょ？だったら 検証に値するわ。だってあの子は天才だもの。
Her words together seem like a mixture of admiration, jealousy, and envy.
信じるんだな。
その代わり今度見せてほしいわね。
In
そのタイム
exchange,
マシンを乗ってきたって言うならあるんでしょ、どこかに。ある、すぐ近くにね。検証作業は必要だけど、とりあえずあなたたちの話を信じることにする。だからあなたたちも私に信じさせるよう協力して。分かった。
there was no hesitation
あ
in
り
her
がとう。
voice. If Suzuha said it was okay, it wasn't my place to speak. If Maho was going to help, that was all that mattered.
話をかがりの件に戻そう。さっきも言ったように、はぐれたのは彼女が10歳の頃。そしてそれ以降、先月になって見つかるまでの足取りは全くつかめていない。俺はその間、彼女が海外にいたんじゃないかと考えている。
For how long, I had no way of knowing. It may have been a whole time, or perhaps only
オ
a
カリ
week.
ンおじさんの仮説だとビクトル・コンドリア大学にいたことになるね。
ああ、
Smart, smart.
そして何らかの形でアマデウスと接触した。
The look on Maho's face was one between acceptance and resignation. She sighed loudly. Sighed loudly. There you go. A copy of Kurisu's memory data have been saved for use by Amadeus. This data was the only possible source for the memories within Kagari's head. Her words today had only strengthened my man. Just let me eat my spaghetti, man. Like, oh man. Her words today had only strengthened my theory. An exchange program, lecture. Those fragments of memories were all from before she'd come to Japan. The memory data had last been saved just before she'd come to America. Huh? That's not before she come to Japan. Okay, yeah, it's a bit of a typo. Yeah, but what's the point of having this here? These fragments of memories were all from before she come to Japan. The memory data had last been saved just before. Never mind, okay, I can see why.
この前
There you go. That was another match.
レスキネン教授に確認してみたんだけど、クリスの記憶データは凍結されたまま誰もアクセスできないはずだと言っていたわ。ただそれが事実かどうかを確かめる権限は今の私にはない。それにプロジェクトが凍結される前に何者かがデータを持ち出したことだって考えられるし。
持ち出すことのできる人間はアマデウスの研究に携わっていた人間に限定されるんじゃないか。
そうとは限らない。外部からサーバーに侵入すれば誰にだってできることよ。
Anyone was an exaggeration. Your average person would have a clue. You have to be a super hacker. It just so happens we know one.
問題は目的ね。岡部さんの仮説が正しいとして、なぜそんなことをする必要があっ
The Amadeus should suffice for that. There was no need to move her memories into another person's brain. But why would they want her mind that badly anyway? She was a genius, sure, but she only published a single paper. There's no reason to think it would be that important to
文を知ってるか。
中鉢？それってロシアに亡命した？
そうだ。
例の論文には私も軽く目を通したけど、とても論文と言えるものではなかったわ。
あれは劣化コピーだと俺は考えている。オリジナルが別に存在するんだ。
一体何の話？
ドクター中鉢の本名は牧瀬正一。
Makise
Chris.
Choichi, bro.
実の父だ。
Man.
あ、
There you go. I thought back to what I saw that day. PTSD, PTSD, PTSD.
私も考えてみたの。タイムマシンは作れるのかどうか。読んで。パパの意見を聞かせてほしい。
悪くない内容だ。
本当？この論文はパパと共同署名でもいいと私は思って。
学会には出すな。これは私が預かっておく。
そういえばクリスが日本に行く前に言ってたの、父親に会うって。新しい理論の発表会をするらしくて、その招待状が来たって。
There you go. That day, Nakabachi had stolen Kurusu's paper. After he'd gone to Russia, he published his own paper. I hadn't seen it myself. Whenever I thought about it, I always thought about what I'd seen that day and what happened right after, so I've been avoiding it. But I heard the professors at school talking about it. It was so terrible that it had become something of a running gag. But if it was just a bad copy of an original, if what had been published is just Nakabachi's own reinterpretation of Kurisu's theory and her original still existed somewhere else, that's right. Kurisu had written the original theory. It had to be better than that. She actually succeeded in making the timely machine.
それじゃあ、その論文の存在を知った誰かがクリスの記憶からタイムマシンに関する理論を取り出そうとしてるってこと？
There you go.
第三次世界大戦が起きたきっかけは EU とロシアによるタイムマシン競争の過熱なんだ。そこにアメリカまで横やりを入れて収拾がつかなくなった。まさに時代は歴史通りに動き出している。
Those people had attacked the lab in the last world line. Tsunoji had said they weren't Japanese, but they were military. Some military wanted Kurisu's time machine theory. Oh. I'm worried about Kagari. Believe in us. We'll do what we can. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Do what we can, believe in us. There you go. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Just hearing you say that makes you feel so much more... Really? It sounds empty to me, I'm not gonna lie. Just hearing you say that makes me feel so much more relieved. Thanks. Please and thank you. Leave it to me. There you go. I wonder, should I reload? Where's the... Yeah, the quick load. It's quick load. Yeah, I like the JPEGs look so chopped, bro. What the heck? I think it's because of the resolution being so scrunched. Anyways, I'll explain when they chose to download her memories into Kagari's mind. Amadeus will never talk about something that it didn't want to talk about. But what about a human? There were truth serums and torture methods. A human could be forced to talk, maybe. Maybe they'd done that to Kagari. Of course, this is just a guess. But if it was a military, if it was a military that had tried to kidnap Kagari, it was quite possible.
記憶のデータを脳に移植するか。
可能なんだろう、今の技術でも。クリスはそれを成し遂げた。それはクリスが研究していたことの応用だと言っていた。
ええ、そうね。可能よ。それにもともとアマデウスはそのために作られたものなんだし。
Medical applications, wasn't it? Asuka had talked about it at the seminar, and Mahoda interpreted it. This world line Amadeus had been shut down, and the seminar had never happened though. Maho gave me the same explanation I heard before. I was right, and memory data transplants were theoretically possible.
クリスの考え出したタイムリープマシンだってその応用だわ。
もっともそのどちらも自分の頭の中に自分の記憶を移植するという目的で作られたものだがな。
And Kurisu had said that. And Kurisu had said that even that was dangerous.
他人の脳に別人の記憶を移植するとどうなる？
Sorry, I'm looking at something real quick. But I say that doesn't make sense. Why would they forgo that if that scene is so important? Yeah, that doesn't make sense, but that's because they wouldn't forgo it. That scene is too important to keep out. Anyways, so yeah, alright.
単純に OS の違う PC のハードディスクに別のデータをコピーというわけにはいかないと思う。
Hell no. Hell no.
そもそも人間の脳のキャパシティがどれくらいあるのかすら分かっていないの。容量的なことだけを言えば20歳の女性2人分の記憶くらいは余裕で保存できるというデータはあるけど。
Daruha once told me that the brain storage capacity was 3.24 terabytes. That is kind of crazy.
だけど問題はそれ以外の部分。岡部さんの言う通り自分自身の頭に記憶をダウンロードすることすらまだ実用段階には至っていない。それなのに他人の記憶をとなるといつ齟齬を起こしてもおかしくないわ。
Susan said a word? Like, okay, she has. It's just Maho's been yapping a lot, actually. Yeah.
そして実際に今そのエラーは起きつつある。このまま放っておくとカガリはどうなる？ひょっとしてマキセ・クリスになってしまうのか。記憶と人格は別物よ。脳の中で記憶を扱うのは海馬と大脳皮質。一方で人格は前頭前野の働きによって形成されている。それらの働きはお互い密接につながっている部分も大きいわ。
There you go. Different parts of the brain have been, or usually had different functions, but they weren't completely independent. Memories probably played a large role in forming your personality.
2つの記憶が混在することで脳に対する負担もかなり大きくなってるはず。このまま放っておいた場合、最悪カガリさんの人格は崩壊よ。
Suza slammed her fist into her knees in frustration.
それを防ぐ手立てはあると思うか？
カガリさんの頭の中からクリスの記憶を取り除くしかないでしょうね。
But that's really hard to do.
できそうか？
It's really hard to do.
脳のデータが解析できれば、あるいはでもできるようになるとしても何年先か。
Yeah, I'm about to say. They're already too intrinsically tied at that. Suza's fists were clenched so tight I could almost hear the sound. I could tell she was blaming herself for letting Kagari run away.
一つ手があるとするなら、もう一度過去のカガリさんの記憶を上書きすることかしら。
Yeah.
もう一度記憶を？
そもそもカガリさんの記憶を操作した人間はカガリさんの記憶を残すつもりはなかったと思うの。
She might have been right. Putting two sets of memories in one mind was just asking for problems. Which means that the experiments they did on her had resulted in a different outcome than they intended. In a sense, they had failed.
だったらもう一度カガリさんの記憶をきちんとした装置で脳に上書きしてあげれば、あるいは元通りにできるかもしれない。
Big Sur is
しかし
kinda
そのた
crazy,
めには
though.
カガリの記憶データがないと。
Yeah.
バックアップが取ってあることを期待するしかないわね。装置はどうする？簡単に見つかればいいけど。ないなら作ればいいわ。
そんな簡単に。
でもクリスは作れたんでしょ？
え？
Alright. It had to work similarly to the time loop machine.
だったら私にも作れる。うん。作ってみせる。
Might be able to help with that.
問題は記憶データがどこにあるかね。こればっかりは何とかして突き止めるしか方法がないわ。
But there simply wasn't enough information. All we knew was that it was a non-Japanese Western military, and that the information wasn't solid either. If anyone held the key, it was the woman in a motorcycle suit. I thought of a name and quickly brushed it in my mind.
何かいい方法でも思いついた？
No,
なんでもない。
It wasn't Yuki Amane. There you go. It couldn't be. Yeah, she knew. We talked late into the night trying to come up with a way to find out who had done the experiments on Kagari. But even though we spent a lot of time on it, none of us had any good ideas. What day is it now? What day is it now? Maho.
信じられない。でも本当なのよね。
On the way, on the train back, Maho Hiyasha was having trouble controlling her excitement. Two girls who said they come from the future. And Okabe Rentaro's story about the time loop machine. Normally, she'd never believe them. But if Makise Kurisu's mind had made these things possible, she could accept them. Kurisu was a genius. She just might be capable of it. To Maho, Kurisu seemed capable of anything. And most of all, she'd seen it herself. For herself. On the way back from the lab, Suzuha had taken her to the top of the radio building and showed her a real time machine. It was night and she didn't have a lot of time to look at it closely, but she could tell at a glance that it wasn't made with modern technology. Honestly, she wanted to start work on making another one tomorrow. No, right now even. But she had something to do first. The timely machine that Kurisu had made. She needed to make an improved version. That meant she was going to be practically living at Okabe's lab for a while, just like Maki-say. She decided to get what she needed from the office in Wako City. From the outside of the building, she could see that the lights were still on despite the late hour. Maho. As soon as she got inside, Dr. Leskinen rushed over, his face pale.
何これ?
The room had clearly been ransacked. Of course, the place had barely anything in it to begin with, so with a quick glance, it was hard to see what had changed. But Maho and Dr. Leskinen's desk had clearly been searched. I mean, it's pretty easy to tell what had changed. Look at all the papers on the floor. The drawers had been locked, but the locks had been broken and their contents spilled out. Dr. Reyes hadn't brought much of anything, fortunately, and so she escaped with very little damage, but her drawers had been dumped out too. Maho.
これは何があったんですか?
何者かが侵入したらしいんだ。
泥棒ってことですか?
私が来た時にはこの状態だったの。もしかしたら企業スパイの類かもしれないわね。
こんな何もないところで?
Wouldn't it make more sense to hit the Riken Institute next door? Only a few people even knew this office existed to begin with. Well, the people who did know probably attacked it for that reason. Suddenly, Okabe's words began to take on a new meaning for her. Could this have something to do with what he said? Where is it? No. I'll give you 1 second, please. Maho. Yeah, sure, man. Why not? Just put something on. Go. Sorry, give me 1 second, please. Maho. Because was the secret war over the time machine already beginning?
とにかく魔法、君も何か盗まれていないか調べたまえ。
はい。
どうだい、何か取られていたものはあったかい？
いえ、私の方は何も。
She checked the desk and the drawers and couldn't find a single thing missing.
教授たちは？
こちらも何も盗まれてはいないようだわ。
PC の中も確かめてみたが、第三者にアクセスされた形跡は見られない。本当に何も取られてないかい？
はい。
そういえば魔法、君のノート PC はどうした？もしかして盗まれたんじゃないか？
ああ、あれならホテルに置いてあるから大丈夫です。
そうか、ならいいんだが。
どうする？警察に連絡する？
何も取られていないなら、ことを荒立てる必要はないのかもしれないな。
そうね。少し様子を見ましょうか。
Maho wasn't sure that was a good idea, but she could understand that going to the police would be a big hassle, especially since they weren't Japanese to begin with. More than anything, Dr. Luskin probably didn't want to lose time that could be spent on research. Same was true for Maho, too.
教授、実はお願いがあるんです。
Dr. Luskin agreed to give her a vacation much more readily than she expected. Maybe coming to the office over New Year's had paid off. Now she'd be able to focus on a time doing machine. Oh, you know, just trauma. Once she got back to her hotel room, she quickly got her things ready. Where? Blonde Clark. Kingdom Hearts is white. She wasn't checking out of the hotel, but she needed clothes and other things so she could stay at the lab for a while.
よし。あとは。
The laptop. Once she finished packing her bag, she grabbed another bag that was placed next to it. It was a laptop and portable hard drive that she'd gotten from Kurisu's mother after her death. She tried many times to crack the password, but never managed to succeed. She knew that she wouldn't have the time to do anything with it, but she still didn't want to leave it here.
そうだわ。確か彼。
After she made one last check of her things and got ready to leave the room, an idea came to her. Not a bad idea, if I do say so myself. Maybe this is what Kurisu wanted. She quickly shook her head and chased the idea from her mind. Kurisu would get mad at her. Life and death were like a binary 0 and 1. You could be one or the other. There was no will that existed after death, if it existed at all. It existed inside the brain. If it existed at all, it existed inside the brain, sorry. Mo. The 11th. Not yet. Several days passed, and I still had no idea who planted the memories in Kagari's head. I went all the way out to talk to the priest who found her and even questioned the locals in the surrounding area, but I had no luck. Suzuha seemed to be doing her own research. She hadn't been back to the lab since then. She was in touch with Daru at regular intervals, so I didn't think she was in danger. I asked Tenoji and Moeka again, but neither of them seemed to have any luck. This world line, the lab hadn't been attacked, which meant they might be up to something else. Even if they were, I had no way of imagining what it was. But I was sure that someone had kidnapped the young Kagari Shina and experimented on her, and only recently had she escaped. They had to be planning something, and I was sure it was bad. Would I have time to wait for them to act? But without any clues, there was nothing we could do. My mind kept going in circles, and I kept getting more frustrated and nervous with every minute.
すみません、真帆先輩。私のために。
あと少しでできそうだから。それに、これは私のためでもあるんだし。
Maho staggered out of the development room, sank into the sofa, and smiled sleepily. There were dark spots under her eyes. For the last few days, she'd been working on the device without any sleep. Her work needed to pay off soon as fast as
それにして
possible.
も、携帯電話を使うだなんて普通考えないわ。たとえ考えついたとしても、実行に移そうなんて思わない。
携帯は離すときにどうしても受話器をこめかみ付近に近づける必要があるからな。
こめかみ周辺には大脳前頭葉と大脳側頭葉がありますからね。側頭葉の海馬妨害が記憶を貯蓄する場所だと考えると妥当な判断かと。
問題はどうやって記憶を圧縮させるかよね。
To be fair,
それについてはもっか僕が毎日徹夜で頑張ってるわけだが。
so like it's messed up, but since Kagari has some of Kurosu's memories, you would think that you would think that like stuff like this happening often, like her answering like Kurosu. Granted, you can't rely on it because it's inconsistent, but sometimes it may work. It may work, and that could be the way that they make the time machine here. It's usually the time leap machine. Alrighty.
すまないな、ダル。
しかもハッキングがここからだって絶対にバレないようになんて言うから大変だっつうの。他のバイトだってあるのにさ。
Man, you got nothing to do. What are you talking about? To compress the memories, we needed CERN's LHC, no matter what. That one took a lot of thought. If we had made an enemy out of CERN, that tragedy had gone through before it would repeat. The main reason that CERN had attacked us was the D-mails we sent to the past. If it weren't for that, they probably wouldn't have bothered. And since we weren't sending D-mails, CERN would probably never even detect us. Probably. Fortunately, Suzuha had the IBM 5100 that we needed for the hack. Things are coming together better than I expected.
にしてもさ、オカリン、彼女、ほんと別人みたいなんですけど。
Yeah. Kagari. I nodded at Daru. For the past 2 days, more of Kurosu's memories have been invading Kagari's mind. Lately, she even started discussing complex technical subjects with Maho. She was acting just like Kurosu used to when she lived in America. At first, Maho seemed put off, but she eventually adapted. Maho probably wanted to get details about the device from Kurosu, so it seemed to be helping.
それにしても、こんなラボで本当にタイムリープマシンを作ってたなんて、実際にタイムマシンを目にした今でも信じられないわ。
でも人間の記憶を丸ごとデータ化して過去に飛ばすなんて発想はすごいですよね。さすがは真帆先輩。
その言葉、そっくりそのままあなたに返してあげるわ。
はい？
あなたは天才で、所詮私はサリエリだったってことよ。
Maho, Maho, you're talking. No. Watching the two of them, it was easy to fool myself into thinking it was Maho and Kurosu talking.
なあ、カガリ。
そうだ、アマデウスで思い出しましたけど、プロジェクトはどうなってるんですか？
残念ながら凍結されたわ。
カガリ。
凍結？どうして？もしかしてレスキネン教授が決めたんですか？
私にもわからないわ。教授はもっと上からの指示だって言ってたけど。
そんな、せっかく順調に言ってたのに。
なあ、クリス。
はい？
Yep. She's not even responding to her own name anymore. Good lord, this is terrifying. Wow. That's so scary.
あれ？私、今。
Ah, poor
君は
Kagari.
カガリ。
Poor Kagari.
椎名カガリだよな。
椎名カガリ。そう、私は椎名カガリ。私は。
Kagari suddenly put her hands up to her head, afraid.
でも、それじゃあ、これは。この頭の中にある記憶は何？
それはマキセ・クリスの記憶だ。君の記憶じゃない。
そんなこと言われてもわかんないよ。
Kagari was acting completely different now than she was just a moment ago. With Maho, she raised her voice like a child throwing a tantrum, because she is.
だって私にとっては私の記憶でしかないんだもん。マユリンママたちとの記憶も、子供の頃のパパとの記憶も、アメリカの大学での出来事も、全部私の中にあるんだもん。どれが本当でどれか嘘かなんて私わかんないよ。
Her words turned into sobs. I could understand how she felt. From her perspective, it was all real. None of it was fake. It was easy to tell her to get a hold of herself, but it wasn't that easy for her to actually do it. Remember what Kurisu had said when she finished the time machine? You said you could never put your memories inside of someone else's mind. It would destroy their personality. But just if we were to leave Kagari like this, what would happen? There was a chance that her own memories would disappear and only Kurisu's would remain. If that happened, well, who would the person in front of me become? Would they be Kurisu? Or would they be Kagari? Or would they be Kurisu? If it was Kurisu, that wasn't true. It was impossible. I couldn't even think about it. But the more I thought, the more I felt horrible. A horrible idea tugging on my mind, no matter how much I tried to ignore it.
私どうしたらいいの？助けて、ママ、パパ。
There you go. It would have been great if Mayuri was around, but unfortunately, both she and Kako had gone to school. Both of them were worried about Kagari and had told me to contact them if anything would come up, but that didn't mean I could rely on them all the time.
Kagari-tan, ちょっと気分転換に散歩でもしてきたらどう？
そうね。人間じっとしてると余計なこと考えちゃうものよ。少しくらい体を動かした方がいいかもしれないわね。
というわけでオカリン、Kagari-tanを頼んだ。
わかった。
Time to go on another walk. The two of us had walked out to the two. I need my water. Where is it? Oh man. There you go. Game over here trying to take me out. You're not gonna win. You're not gonna win. You're not gonna take me out, man. You're not gonna take me out. Right. Where's live stream? Go over here. See if anything. Nah, I'm not gonna review them. Well, yeah, I don't wanna dox your name because I do know you in person, but I don't wanna just tell the internet your name. But I know who you are. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna review them individually. Because I have watched them, but I'm gonna wait until they come on the streaming so I can review them there as the whole series. As the anime seasons, because it's a lot easier that way. Reviewing them solo would be like, it's hard because of the fact that they're not out yet, and I don't want to spend more money going to watch them again. Granted, like, I don't even think I can watch Demon Slayer in theaters anymore. I think it's gone, but what's it called? Yeah. To answer that question, I'm just gonna wait until they're on streaming, because once they are, I'll be able to review them alongside the series, which is a lot easier. But yeah, so anyways, back to it. The two of us walked out to Central Street together, but we didn't really have anything to do. Oh, it's just that nothing's happening. All right. The air outside must have made her feel. There you go. The air outside must have made her feel a little better because Kagari was starting to calm down.
どこか行きたいところあるかな？
どこでもいいの？
ああ、君の行きたいところでいい。
それじゃあクリスさんと行ったところに連れてってほしい。
え？
オカリンさんがクリスさんと歩いたことのある場所に連れて行って。
I heard you the first time. Somewhere I've been with Kurisu. Where could that be? The coin laundry in the neighborhood. Horn Park. Gyodan Samp. That's so funny because all these spots are anime exclusive. Except for maybe the laundry one. I don't remember if the laundry one was in the game. I don't think so. But literally all three of these spots were in the anime. The laundromat, Sambo, where Daru and Okabe used to go consistently. The was it the coin locker? No, the park. Yeah, the park. It's if you watch Steins original, you've seen those scenes, like those areas, a lot in that show. It's so funny. I spent a lot of time with her at a fun and romantic places. I spent a lot of time with her, but most of it had disappeared into many different world lines. I gone through that time and time again. But most of it had been spent arguing and working with her at the lab. Excuse me. We never spent any time going to places to have fun. We never made it to Hamori either.
オカリンさんがクリスさんと初めて会ったのはどこ？
初めて会った場所。
Yeah, where did he meet her or where did she meet him? That's the question.
私そこに行きたい。
The place where Kurisu and I had met. It was. Yep. Radio Kaiken. A brightly colored building in front of a Akihabara station. Yeah, Akihabara station. The radio building. This is where it started. Yes, this is where everything had begun. On that day, the time machine disappeared on the roof of the building. In an hour, right? Like an hour since I started. Yeah, it's been an hour. Where'd the remote go? It was right here. It was just here. Where'd it go? Oh, it's right here. There you go. Just in case I need it. Oathkeeper. Oblivion. Oh man, where is it? That's so funny. People saying we're in Elbath now. Why are you still a bamboo sop? That's crazy. It's crazy. On that day, the time machine appeared on the roof of the building. It was just after when I met Carson. I could still remember it. Her challenging look in her eyes. Thinking back, I may have already fallen in love with her then. But even though this is the place I met her, this is also the place where I'd...
Okarin さん、どうしたの？
すまない。
There you go. Lately I've been so busy with Kagari that I started to think I was getting a little better. But maybe I wasn't.
汗すごい。ごめん。もしかして私のせい？
いや、そうじゃないんだ。ただ。
Whenever I came here, there you go. Whenever I came here, I couldn't help but remember what happened that day. But
行こう。
いいの？具合悪いんでしょ？
大丈夫だ。
I couldn't just stand out here forever. I couldn't keep my eerie daughter and the others worrying forever. If I needed to get over it at some point, then
わかった。それじゃ行こう。
something soft touched my hand. Kagari was holding my hand tightly in hers, so that's really sweet.
ありがとう。
Kagari led me down the bustling streets toward the radio building. My knees felt like they were about to give out at any second. Even after I got inside, I was still doing better than I had thought I would. But I still didn't feel like climbing the stairs where it had happened. We took the elevator to the roof. Ferris, aka Brumiho Akiha, had carefully locked the door to the roof so that no one who wasn't... I can't talk, wow. Ferris, aka Brumiho Akiha, had carefully locked the door to the roof so that no one who wasn't authorized could enter. I'd been given a key too, but today was the first time I was able to use it. The first thing I saw after coming onto the roof was a strangely shaped object, the time machine.
懐かしい。これこれ。私これに乗ってきたんだよ。
And I remember. Kagari happily ran up to the time machine. It was right after she separated from Suzuha that she lost her memories. She remembered going from the future to this place in 1975.
初めてこのビルの上に降りた時にね、お空がすっごく綺麗でびっくりしたの。
Unfortunately, it wasn't very pretty right now. But Kagari spoke as if there was an endless blue sky stretching out in front of us.
私、ママと別れるのが嫌で、ずっとこのマシンの中で泣いてた。ママに会いたいよって。そんなことじゃダメだ。いつまでも泣くんじゃないって、鈴葉お姉ちゃんに言われて、それでも悲しくて。そんな時に開いたハッチの外に見えたのが青い空だったの。
2036年の空は青くないのか？
うん。戦争の影響でね、ずっと黒くて暗い空。それに外にもなかなか出してもらえないし。
The mid-70s were right after the big economic growth spurt. Ecological concerns weren't as important as they are now. That was also when air pollution was a really big deal. The air probably wasn't as clean as it is now. If it seemed beautiful to her anyway, that must have meant that the air in the future was really terrible.
オカリンさんはここでクリスさんと初めて会ったの？
いや、ここじゃない。ここは。
お、
A cold drop hit my nose.
降ってきちゃった。
ああ、そうだな。
Wow, what a cool callback. Back when Okabe and Kurisu were out on the rooftop. Granted, like, it was pretty obvious once the CG showed up, but like him saying the same line and everything that she said too. It's insane. That's right. Yep. Up here. Up here.
生きてたか。
そっか。ここだとあんたと会っちゃう可能性があること忘れてた。
何をしていたんだ。
考え事。
そうか。
The rain had been falling then too. When she learned that either she or Mayuri was fated to die, she'd come here and looked up at the sky like this. And it just so happened to be raining like this.
オカリンさん、中に。オカリンさん。
What has she been thinking then? When she entrusted her fate to another person? To me.
オカリンさんたら、このままじゃ風邪ひいちゃうよ。早くこっちに。
Kagari dragged me inside away from the noise of the falling rain. A few moments later, I found myself sitting there. The place was being renovated and none of the stores were open. The lights were off too, and it made the place seem very gloomy.
びっくり。
Yo, she's talking almost exactly like her now. Oh wow, that's crazy. The day after the rain, Kurisu and I had leaned up against each other and talked. And this is also the place
ここだよ。ここが俺とクリスが初めて会った場所だ。
Strictly speaking, this is where I first met her in the Beta Worldline. That day, half a year ago. Yep.
さっき私に何を言おうとしたんですか？
さっきとはいつのことだ？
ほんの15分くらい前、会見が始まる前に。
Oblivion, the cool blade. Oblivion, bro. Oblivion's so cool. Oh man. So for those of you who don't know, in Kingdom Hearts, there are two blades that mean a lot to Sora. Oathkeeper because it's Kairi's version, and Oblivion, which is Riku's. Oh man. And not like they use the blades, but like it's more like those blades represent those blades represent Kairi and Riku for Sora. And it's also funny that Roxas uses those two blades, even though for him it would be more Shion and Axel. There you go. Man, shout out Kingdom Hearts, bro. I love Kingdom Hearts. There you go.
私に何か言おうとしましたよね。すごく悲しそうな顔をして、まるで今にも泣き出しそうで、それにすごく辛そうでした。どうして？私、前にあなたと会ったことありますか？
Thinking back, that was the beginning of everything. I wished I never met her. If only I had known this would be the result. If I never met her, I wouldn't have to feel this way.
オカリンさん。
Whoa. What the heck? What in the...
Kagari.
私が怖がっているとママがよくこうしてくれたの。
There you go. Just had to look at it. They really, artists who did this, not do a good job on Okabe's face. But it's a nice scene. It's a nice scene. Let me see. There you go. I felt something soft touch my face.
どうして？
だってオカリンさんすごく辛そうで今にも泣き出しそうなんだもん。
She was right. Kagari patted me on the head again and again, as if I were a child.
あいつとクリスと初めて会ったのはここだった。
ここってこの踊り場？
あ、最初の印象は最悪。初めて会ったっていうのに上から目線だわ、睨みつけてくるわで可愛さのかけらもなかった。もっとも向こうだってそう思ってただろうけどな。
After all the time I was rambling about nonsense, or excuse me, at the time I was rambling about nonsense like organization agents.
でも
It was true
それ
though.
でもクリスさんはオカリンさんにとって大切な人になった。
あ、
That was in the Alpha World line though. Right after I met Kurisu in this one, she...
私の顔ってクリスさんによく似てるんだよね。
どうしてそれを？
先真帆さんから聞いたの。それでネットで調べてみたんだけど自分でもびっくりするくらい似てた。そんな人の記憶が私の中にあるなんてそれも運命なのかなって。
Fate. It always was. Fate laughed at us. It toyed with us.
ねえ、もしも
A drop of rain ran down Kagari's hair and hit the floor.
もしもね、椎名かがりの記憶がなくなって完全にクリスさんの記憶に入れ替わるとしたら、そしたら私はマキセクリスになっちゃうのかな。
そう簡単に行くものじゃないよ。
でももしもだよ、もしもそうなるならオカリンさんは嬉しい？私がクリスさんになったらオカリンさんは嬉しい？
It was the voice of the demon I tried so many times to ignore.
俺は
I didn't want that. Or did I?
でも私はやっぱり嫌だな。
Another drop of the rain struck the
こ
floor.
のまま自分がどうやって生きてきたのかもわからないまま、誰からも必要とされないまま消えちゃうなんて。
かがり。
私どうなっちゃうのかな。私は
Kagari was shaking a little. It wasn't just because of the cold.
いや、
I never did figure out what she was
このま
apologizing
まじゃ
for.
風邪をひく。そろそろ帰ろう。
とにかく上がってください。
The first time I went into Lukaku's room, it really did look like a girl's room.
二人ともずぶ濡れ。急いで着替えなきゃ。
Yanabiachi's shrine was closer to the radio building than the lab, so I decided to bring Kagari there. Yuri had sent me a message on the way, so I had her come here first. I figured that Kagari needed Mommy Mayuri right now more than she needed me.
ママ。
Just like I thought, the second she saw Mayuri's face, she relaxed a little.
寒かったでしょう。お風呂 沸かしてきますね。
Mayuri and the cocker are playing Papa. Mama and Papa is so funny. Yuffie. What the heck? The Kako handed us towels to wipe away the rain and ran out of the room to start the bath.
お風呂ママと一緒がいい。
ユシーといいよ。あ、でもオカリンはどうする？
いや、俺はいい。かがりを先に入れてやってくれ。
But say, yeah, don't even worry about me, bro.
ありがとう。オカリンも風邪ひいちゃうから着替えだけでもしてね。
なんとかする。
Maybe I could borrow the Kako's father's clothes. Just as I got up to leave the
か
room.
がりちゃん？
Oh, what the heck was
どうしたの？
that?
かがりちゃん。
Why was that so loud? Something was wrong with Kagari. She was staring at Mayuri's face, confused.
かがり？
誰？あなたは誰？
マユシーだよ。かがりちゃん。
かがり。私の名前？
かがり。
違う。私は誰なの？私は
Kagari tore at her hair and let loose a cry that sounded like it came from the pits of hell.
しっかりしろ、かがり。
痛いよママ。助けてパパ、助けて。誰か助けて。私を助けてよ。誰か助け。
She was like a puppet whose strings had been cut. All the strength left her body and she fell forward. By the time I left Lukaku's house, the rain had stopped. We waited for a while after that, but Kagari showed no signs of waking up. She looked peaceful as she was sleeping, so I decided to leave her to Mayuri and Lukaku and head back to the lab. According to the two of them, she'd gotten confused several times in the past, but never like this. Why, I've underestimated how dangerous her situation really was. Her brain was probably under a lot of stress already. We needed a way to deal with this, and now. But for that... The second I opened the door, I heard Daru and Maho yelling.
本当か？
I ran inside without even thinking to take the time to remove my shoes.
お、オカリン、なんつグッドタイミング。
岡部さん、びしょ濡れじゃない。
そんなことはどうでもいい。それよりも、やったのか？
むふ。
Daru gave me a thumbs up.
でかしたダル。
スーパーハッカーなのだぜ。これくらい当然だっつーの。
You could say that, but I knew exactly how much talent and effort it took to hack CERN. Your average hacker couldn't do it. The name Super Hacker wasn't just for show.
ヒアジョーさんは？ヒアジョーさんの方も完成したのか？
私だってこれくらいどうってことなかったわ。
Mao stuck her thumb up just like Daru had.
さすがだな。
まあこれも全部あなたやかがりさんから情報を得られたからなんだけど、そういう意味ではかがりさんの中にクリスの記憶が残っていて助かったわね。
I was just about to say.
いや、それでも完成させたのはヒアジョーさんの力だ。
ありがとう。その言葉素直に受け取っておくわ。あとは実際にきちんと機能するかどうかが問題だけど、こればっかりは 試してみるわけにもいかないのよね。
そうだな。
僕はキッチン二郎3回な。
There you go. Let's see. Sure thing. Anyway, everything was ready. All that was left was to find out who they were. But that was still the biggest problem.
それじゃ私はちょっと眠らせてもらうわ。さすがに疲れる。
The sound of a ringing phone cut her off.
もう誰よ、人がこれから寝ようって時に。はい、もしもし。
She muttered to herself as she took the phone to the back of the development room.
で、かがりたんの方はどうなん？
それなんだが。
Come on, man, please. Please. I'm waiting for something. Alright. I let out a small sigh of relief and sent back an answer. Kagari woke up. She's calmed down. Got it. Sorry, can you look after her for a while? I'll contact you if I need you.
実はあまり良くない。今日なんて真由里のことすら分からなくなった。
マジで？
それだけじゃない。その後ひどい頭痛を訴えて意識を失った。
それまずくね？
まずいな。なんとかしないと。
Unless we knew who we were up against, there was nothing we could do.
本当ですか？
Dara and I exchanged glances at the sudden voice from the development room.
マホタン、どうしたん？
Maho.
何かあったのか？
When we looked inside, Maho turned around in a state of shock.
荒らされたって。私の借りてたホテルの部屋。
Good that she wasn't there, and good that she took most of what she needed. The call was from the hotel. Maho was staying at a business hotel in Waco City. Sometime in the past few days, while she'd been staying there, someone had ransacked it. She left her key card with the front desk, but there were signs that the lock had been picked. She'd just given her okay to search the room.
それで詳しい状況は分かったのか？
今から警察に連絡するから、何が盗まれてるか調べるためにも早く戻ってこいって。
じゃあ何が取られたかわからんってこと？もしかして下着とかも？
そういうのは全部持ってきてるわよ。セクハラで訴えましょうか？
He deserves
う
it.
ひー、それだけは勘弁。
まあ私の部屋って普段から散らかってるから荒らされてるように見えただけって可能性もある。楽観的に考えればね。鍵が開けられてたって言うから誰かが入ったのは間違いないでしょうけど、実はついこの間もオフィスの方が荒らされたことがあって。
じゃあ単なる偶然じゃないな。何者かがヒヤジョーさんの持っている何かを探しているんだ。
そうね。でも何を探しているのかは見当がついてるわ。
なんだ？
クリスのノート PC よ。
あれか。
Putting all the pieces together, it seemed the most likely option. I could be sure that whoever tried to override Kagari's memories was the same group that attacked her in the other world line. Whoever those people were, they were after the time machine theory hidden in Kagari's memories. Since the experiment had failed and Kagari had escaped, they turned their attention to the other thing Kurisa had left behind. The laptop and hard drive Mao had. But if they were after that, did that mean that they had it now?
つかその PC ってこの前マホタンが僕に託したやつ？
何？
実はね、どうしてもパスワードを解析したくてここに困るようになってから橋田さんにお願いしたの。
それじゃあノート PC は？
無事のはずよ。
もちろん今は僕の秘密のアジトにあるのだぜ。つってもずっとセルンのハッキングにかかりきりだったからまだパスワードは解析できてないけどね。
And that made me feel a lot better. Cheesy. Now if we only knew who had broken into her room, but it wouldn't be that easy. But, yes. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while to get there. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit. It's gonna take a little bit. It's alright though. Yep, you got it, Ben. That Kingdom Hearts 4 is gonna be crazy, but it already is crazy. But trust, at some point in the future, I do plan on playing all the Kingdom Hearts games on this channel. Not that I don't know the story, but you know, I do at least want to play it for my channel once. There you go. What will they do next? Wait a second.
もしかしたらこれは使えるかもしれない。
使えるって？
I didn't want to waste any time explaining, so I just took out my phone and made a call. Several days later, Kagari's condition was getting worse. Yep, it's the... Go, Kagari. Sorry. Staccato footsteps echoed through the darkness. Akihabara got quiet early. The ever-busy electronics stores, the concert halls that were filled with cheers, and the coffee shops that were full of laughter, all that gave way to silence as soon as night fell. A single set of footsteps walked slowly through the silence, never breaking rhythm. They belonged to a girl. It was dark, so it was hard to see her clearly, but it was very clear that she was acting strange. She had a cap pulled down over her face, and she was trying to avoid letting anyone see her as she walked, as if she was hiding from someone, as if someone was chasing her. And just as she was about to turn a corner, several men jumped out in front of her. The girl stopped in surprise. Suddenly, there were men behind her, too.
Kagariだな。
One of the men spoke. His Japanese was fluent, but if she listened carefully, she might have detected a trace of foreign accent. The girl they called Kagari was helpless as they surrounded her. One of the men thought to himself, "It's the easiest job in the world." All they had to do was kidnap a single helpless-looking girl. There was no need to bring this many people. No, it wasn't just him. Almost everyone there felt the same way.
おとなしくしていれば手荒な真似はしない。
The men gradually began to close in. The girl simply stood there, afraid, and showed no signs of resistance. This is too easy. Just as the man smiled and reached out his hand. He thought he heard the sound of something slicing through the air, and then he fell to the ground clutching his hand. Looked like 3 sausages lying on the ground. Ew. Before they realized that the sausages were the man's fingers, another man went down from a high kick to the head. The man began to howl in rage.
You fucking bitch!
Alright, man. They left at the girl, swearing. But one of the men who were trying to attack her from behind suddenly screamed.
おいおい、静かにしな。あんまりうるさくするとおめえらも困るんじゃねえのか?
A huge man came out from the darkness, silhouetted by the moon. And now we switch. Yep. 'Cause I vaguely remember this scene. That was all I could say as I watched these tough men go down, one after the other. I knew from his size that Tenoji was strong. It was the other girl that really shocked me. Her disguise ruined, Suzette jumped around like a cat. Each time she moved, the men around her quivered. I knew she had undergone combat training, but I had no idea she was this strong when she was serious. The kicks from her long, lithe legs were like a work of art. Excuse me.
やるじゃねえか、バイト。
店長もね。
The men fell to the ground without even having the time to draw their knives and guns. Several days earlier. There you go. When I realized that the enemy was probably starting to panic, I came up with a plan. In the last worldline, Moeka told me that someone was looking for Kagari. I wonder if that was true in this worldline too. So I asked Moeka to leak some information for me. A girl matching Kagari Shina's description came down this road at the same time every day. And today, a few days earlier, they had taken the bait. I hung back behind a corner of an alley watching them fight. Kind of felt pathetic. But it was obvious that not only would I be of no help whatsoever, I actually just get in the way. So it was smart to leave it to them. Just like Subaru. I heard Daru's voice in the earphone on one of my ears. I called him and left the call connected so we could talk at any time. She's chilling. Daru had been opposed to Suzuha's plan to use herself as a decoy. He must have been worried about putting his daughter in danger.
心配いらない。お前の娘は想像よりずっとすごいよ。
そりゃ僕の娘だからね。でも傷物になんかされたらおかりん。一生恨むからな。
He'd be better off worrying about the people she was fighting. I suddenly heard a high-pitched whistle. The signal the men started to turn and run. They realized that they'd fallen into a trap and decided to retreat.
おっと、そうはいくかよ。
Tenoji's giant arms grabbed one of the men's hands, but there was a hollow popping sound and the man's body went limp. No way. He was dead. He took his own life. A piercing yell brought me back to my senses. One of the men were coming toward the alleyway where I was hiding. Our goal was to capture them and make them tell us who they were working for. If we couldn't do that, all this would be for nothing. I ran out in front of the man with... I'm so tired today, good lord. I ran out in front of the man without even thinking. My sudden appearance caused him to hesitate for a moment, but he kept charging without dropping his speed. I saw that he was holding onto something shiny near his waist. Just as he hit me, Suzuha slammed into him with a jump kick. Golly. Gotcha! The kick knocked him directly into Tenoji's waiting arms. Tenoji caught him easily and then spun the man's arms around him. Around his back so he couldn't hurt himself. There you go. Suzuha's so nice. She cares so much. Oh, but he's dead.
なんともない。
おかりん、どうしたん？何があった？
心配するな。こっちはみんな無事だ。それより鈴葉、奴は。
Something like a scream came out of his mouth. At some point, Tenoji had jammed what looked like a towel into it. He's probably trying to keep him from killing himself, like the last guy.
おいおい、あんまり暴れるんじゃねえよ。騒ぎになって困るのはおめえもだろうが。それにまだ1本目だぜ。情けねえ。あとまだ9本も残ってる。
Tenoshi, you monster. Good lord. Good lord. It was not so good.
それが終わったら目だ。それから両方の耳、鼻。まだまだお楽しみはいっぱいあるんだぜ。
Good lord. His voice was cold. This was the real Tenoshi. This was FB. I wanted to look away, but Suzuha was watching without flinching in the slightest.
俺だって面倒な真似はしたくねえ。どうせ吐くんなら早めに吐いた方がお互いのためだと思うぜ。ん？どうだ？もう一本行くか。
Oh, this is awful. The man shook his head
最
violently.
初からそうすりゃいいんだよ。で、おめえさんたちの元締めは誰だ？
Tenoshi took the towel out of the man's mouth. He said something in a small whisper, or in a whisper so small I couldn't hear it. Tenochi's pallor. What? I've never seen this word before. Pallor. Maybe it's Maybelline. Pallor. Oh. He became pale. Okay. What a word to use here.
ストラト4？おい、冗談じゃねえだろな。
The man desperately shook his head
ス
again.
トラト4か。また面倒な奴らが。
Stratford. I heard of them. Back when I was in the conspiracy theories, I looked them up on the internet. The real name was Strategic Focus, I think. They were an American civilian intelligence company, sometimes called the Shadow CIA. They specialized in military matters, and their skills had supposedly been put to good use during the Iraq and Gulf Wars. If a certain rounder like Tenoshi said they were a problem, they probably were. This wasn't going to be easy. But now wasn't a time for being scared.
聞いたか誰？今すぐにストラト4のサーバーにハッキングをかけてくれ。
オキドキ。
I felt myself starting to relax after I completed my first objective. But there wasn't time for that. This is where things really began.
どうしたの店長？何か気にかかることでも？
いや、ストラト4といや民間の会社だぜ。いわば金によって雇われてる連中だ。そんな奴らがいくら捕まったからって自決までするか？
It did seem strange, come to think about it. Come to think of it.
おい、おめえ本当に？
He's gonna kill himself. Tenoshi tried to wring the man's neck again, but
気を失ってやがる。
never mind.
だらしないやつだ。
Tenoshi sighed and took out a rope, then started to tie him up.
後始末は俺に任せて、おめえらは行け。
いいんですか？
これで終わりじゃねえんだろ。
I was a little curious what he intended to do with him, but
わかりました。後のことはお願いします。
Ain't none of my business. Ain't none of my business. Had other priorities right now. Sent my thanks to Shinoji and hurried to the lab with Suzuha.
おじさん、早く！
わかってる。
Suzuha ran through the night like a panther. It was all I could do to keep up. The path to the lab seemed longer, or far longer than it usually did. We finally made it to the lab. Mayuri Ferris and everyone else was already there waiting. And Kagari too. Kagari was lying on the couch in obvious pain. Her breathing was shallow. Her complexion was pale. Something bad could happen to her at any moment.
なる。どうだ？
ちょい待ち。前にハッキングかけた時のルートがあるから今探ってる。
前にって。お前、そんな危険なことをしてたのか？
ちょっとね、友達と賭けでね、どっちが早くハックできるか勝負したんだ。ゴーゴーカレー1年分。
Who won? He probably had no idea how dangerous that was.
あれ、どっちが勝ったか聞かないん？
He won. But the way he was acting, there was no need to even ask.
とにかく急いでくれ。
I say, I wonder who won.
ラジャー。
Hi, hi. Moshi mosh. Since their plan to steal by Kagari had failed, there was a good chance Stratford would resort to even more desperate measures. There you go. Oh wow, there's a lot of people watching. There you go. Sorry. Do this right here. There was no time to waste, and oh, I did not mean to take a screenshot.
顔色悪いよ。
Let me, because I don't want that screenshot there. I'm just gonna delete it. Go. And then delete it because like I don't need Steam screenshots, bro. I'm straight. You're straight, cuz. You're straight. Don't even trip. Let's see.
いや、なんでもない。
なんでもないことないにゃ。
Thank
見せる
God
にゃ。
somebody said something. Ferris ripped off my coat.
ひどい怪我してるにゃ。岡部さん、違う。オカリ。
I tried to avoid looking at it, but there was a lot more dark blood stain inside of my shirt than I expected. When a man had stabbed me before, it must have gone in really deep. He got stabbed. I thought it was just a bruise. Oh my goodness, he over here like, oh man, I'm gonna thug it out. I'm gonna thug it out. And Susan is over here running like, hurry up, what are you doing? And then he's over here trying to aura the stab wound. Like that's not how it works. Okami, what are you doing?
問題ない。
No, you are not.
ないわけないに
What are you
ゃ。どこ
talking
にゃ。
about?
応急手当の用意
What are you talking about? I'm fine. No, you are not.
俺は大丈夫だ。
Okami, you're not okay. What are you doing?
前より。それよりも、かがりは。
かがりちゃん、しかり。
Actually, let me see something. Has it been 2 hours now? Nah, not yet. Not yet. Kagari was still lying on a sofa, panting for breath. For the last few days, she'd been getting weaker and weaker. Her hand reached up into the air.
ママ、どこにいるの？
She can't see.
ママはここだよ。ちゃんとそばにいるよ。
There you go. Now she can what's it called? Mayuri grabbed her hand tightly, and she finally smiled a weak smile.
ママ、私このまま消えちゃうのかな。
大丈夫だよ。きっとオカリンとダルくんが何とかしてくれるから。
オカリンさん。
そうだよ。オカリン、わかるよね。
オカリンさん。
Kaguri's lifeless eyes turned
心
towards
配し
me.
なくていい。もう少しで元通りになる。
岡部さん。私を消して。
かがり。
彼女の中から私を消して。このままじゃ彼女が。
Those were Cursor's words. There you go. Personality and memory were two different things. Just because she had Curtis's memories didn't mean she had Curtis's personality. But, yeah.
お願い岡部さん私を消して
Those are definitely Curtis's words. At least that's how it seemed to me. I remember what she said before. She told me to save my Yuri. She told me that she couldn't sacrifice my Yuri to save herself. Maybe there was a tiny chance that Curtis's memories would safely settle into Kagari's mind. But even if they did, I knew what she'd chosen. She'd chosen to leave. She'd chosen to disappear. I had no way of knowing if the words coming out of Kagari's mouth were from another personality created by Curtis's memories. But there was no doubt that they were Curtis's words. Right now, she was nothing but a formless thing called memories. So why? Why even now, when she was nothing but memories, did she have to suffer so much? Why did she have to suffer at all?
ごめんね岡部
Clear drops fell from her softly closed eyes.
誰まだか
Kurisu. I asked him to stop myself from screaming her name.
待って、もうすぐ。
まずいよおじさん
Still whispered to me as she looked out the window.
2、3何人か集まってきてるストラト4だ
Oh, they were close.
よし、来い。
The tension was rising every second. Was he done yet? Why wasn't he done yet?
シャー
誰
シャー来たビンゴ
Lukaku and the others brought the treatment device over, but I motioned for them to stay back as I looked down at the monitor. Maho leaned over. Oh, Maho's there. Maho leaned over
重要
Gar's
そうな
other
ファイルの
shoulder.
中からサイズの大きなものを選んで
待ってよ、大きなの2ともしかしてこれかな。でもファイルネームジョンって
モーツァルトの洗礼名はヨハネきっとそれだわ
なんかよくわからんけど OK。
Yeah,
てか
what a,
中にもファイルがいっぱいあるんですけど。
what a reach.
見せて
Inside the folder were several files labeled with codes.
ファイルが増えてる私たちの研究段階じゃこんなに多くなかった
Which meant that after the Amadeus program was shut down, it had ended up in Stratford's hands somehow, and had gone on to do more
こ
experiments
の
with
中の
it.
どれかがカガリさんの記憶データのはずだけど
K6205 だ
Yeah, I was gonna say the one that's not blurred.
K6205 番が係の記憶だ誰
She's Koho number 620, the magic flute.
K62 あった、これだ。
後の手はずは事前に話した通りに頼む
Compared to Kurisu's time loop machine, the process is a lot simpler. Since the memory data already existed, there was no need for a VR headset or the phone wave. All I had to do was use the decoder program on Kagari's memory data, then use Cern's LHC to compress it. They would transfer the compressed data and send it to the cell phone.
完全に囲まれ
誰準備はいいか
オールオッケー。
よし行くぞ
た待って
I looked up and saw that Maho was staring at the screen, her features frozen in an iron mask.
どうしたヤジョさん
本当にうまくいくのかしらもし失敗したらカガリさんは
I reached my arm around Daru's back and put my hand firmly on her shoulder.
大丈夫だ俺が保証する
岡部さんおじさん
係
I stepped away from the PC and knelt down in front of the sofa where Kagari lay. Okay.
岡部さん
いいな
Goodbye. Kurisu.
了解
Sound of the footsteps coming up the stairs. The sound of the phone ringing. Alright, we're here. We're here. So I gotta save. I got to save. And then lock it. And then this one doesn't feel good, not gonna lie. This one does not feel good to, like, in terms of like making this decision. This doesn't feel right. But we gotta see it through to the end, right? Gotta see it through to the end. So yeah, let's the sound of the phone ringing as all these different sounds fill the air.
あのね、岡部さん、
The last thing she said was,
私、多分岡部さんのこと、あなたのこと。
were Kurisu's words or Kagari's? The words were cut off by the sound of the door and the sound of screaming. I hesitated. Not only did I hesitate to answer it, but I almost tried to tap the button to reject the call. But then Kagari's fingers cut mine off. And then her fingers, or maybe Kurisu's, tapped the button to answer the call. So that's weird. It's weird. I see though. I see. Good. I'm glad that they didn't make me make that decision. I would have 100 times out of 10 always chosen to put Kagari out of her misery in this sense. When not put her down, because that sounds awful, but more in the sense that, like, to take Kurisu's memories out of her mind. There you go. But yeah. And then the phone up against her head stopped the ringing. All these different world lines, Anatomic duel, recursive mother goose. Welcome to another ending. Don't remember much about recursive mother goose, but what I've been going for now. Been going for almost 2 hours now. I don't know how long this ending is, but we'll see. If I can finish the stream before or after. I want to try to finish this ending before I end the stream, but it really depends on how long I want to go for. The dizziness stopped. The room was pitch black. There was no one there but me. Even Suza, who'd been living here, was gone. Daru, Mayuri, Ferris, Luca, and Kagari too. Everyone was gone. I was so tired and sleepy. I clutched my smartphone and laid down on the sofa. I closed my eyes, too tired to think. Yeah, that's creepy. Everybody's just gone.
おかりん
It's my area.
おかりんねえ起きてもうお昼だよ
Someone was shaking me softly.
おかりん寝すぎだよもうすぐかがりさんも来ちゃうのに
Kagari. The second I heard her name, my mind snapped back into alertness. I forced myself to sit up. I was sitting on the sofa in the lab. Outside the window, it was bright.
やっと起きたね
Mayuri's so sweet.
てるおかりん
Oh.
Oh, my Yuri. My Yuri nodded, satisfied, and left my side. I took a look around the room. The table was covered in notebooks and test books that seemed to belong to my Yuri. She was probably doing her homework. I could see Daru's huge bag hunched over the PC. The monitor was displaying a cute anime character. seem to be playing a board game. But look at things, the only people in the lab were him and my ear. The time on my phone said it was just before noon, which meant I'd been asleep for more than 10 hours. Oh no, must have been passed out before I checked to see if the world line had changed. Listened for a moment, I could hear the usual bustling of a Kia bar outside. There was no sign of Stratford. That alone made me feel relieved.
おかわり、なんだかうなされてるみたいだったよ。大丈夫？麦茶飲む？寝起きでドクペはやめた方がいいよね。
Yeah, it's not good for you.
そうだな。
そうか。
麦茶がいい。
わかった。
Mary went to the kitchen.
コップ全部使っちゃってる。今洗うからちょっと待っててね。
大丈夫。急がなくていい。
あ、まゆしまゆし、僕もお茶ちょうだい。
Hi. It still felt like an old memory. Seemed like ages ago when I last had a normal conversation like this. But this is no time to be sentimental. While Mayuri was washing the cup, I needed to get things straight in my head.
変動したんだよな。
In the end, I hesitated at the last second. If Kagari, or perhaps Kurisu hadn't stopped me, maybe the world line wouldn't have changed, and Stratford would have caught us. But change it did. Oh, excuse me. I could still feel the lingering sensations from my reading Steiner, so I was sure of it. From the look at things, Mayuri and Daru were the same as ever. Any immediate danger was gone. The reason for the change is probably the deletion of Kurisu's memories from within Kagari. Give me 1 second, I gotta fix this. Because this is not right. I made the wrong thumbnail for today. I got too ahead of myself and thought that it was a scene coming up that it wasn't. Which makes sense considering now that I know, like, it's probably gonna be after this. I gotta make a new thumbnail though, so give me 1 second. Because this is not right. It'll be super quick, so don't worry. Just gotta do this real quick. All chopped and busted, all dirty and dusted. All dirty and dusted. Dirty, 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 dirty and dusted. Kagari. Very nice song playing right now. It's, and now we have Kurisu. Makise. Kurisu. Tell you, man, her. Oh yeah, no, they did that on purpose. They made sure that she looked like Kurisu. And then we put Kurisu behind her, and then we give her a little bit of opacity. Yeah, like 75. Yeah, that's hard. That's hard. All right. It's a really nice song playing. I gotta see what this is in the BGM. think I gotta make this layer more transparent. And then they go. Make another one. And there you go. Alright. This thumbnail's hard. This thumbnail's hard. Steins 0 stream 16. There you go. Then let me go over to YouTube and change this because this just doesn't feel accurate. It really doesn't. I have to fix this. Live. Edit. Change. I personally like this thumbnail. I think it's cool. Yep, I think it's pretty thematic, so I don't know, man. I don't know. It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard. Alrighty, so that's that. The thumbnail should be updated now, yep. I'll go over to my channel just in case to see. Yep, it's updated. Yep, alright. Sorry for the wait, everybody. Now we should be good. Let's continue. These memories must have included something that dealt with the time machine, which meant that their existence was important enough to control whether or not the world line changed, and I deleted them.
いや、逆の可能性もあるな。
Maybe even if Maho's program hadn't worked right and the memory rewrite failed, the world line changed anyway. Unlike last summer, it wasn't clear what was making the world line change now. The first thing I needed to do was see if Kagari's memories had been successfully rewritten. The same time I decided on my plan, Mayuri brought me a cup on a tray. She put the tray on a table and headed for the fridge. I looked and saw there were 4 cups on a tray. 4?
前より、どうしてコップが4つあるんだ？
だってかがりさんも飲みたいだろうから。
That's right, Kagari.
カガリが来てるのか？
さっき LINE で連絡が来たよ。もうすぐ作って。
That'd be kind of fire. That'd be kind of fire. Wait.
そうか。
そうか。
何の用で来るんだ？
オカリンが呼んだんじゃん。昨日 LINE で連絡よこしたっしょ。今日の正午にここに集合って。第3回かがりたんの記憶を取り戻す方法を考える会。メンバーはオカリンと僕とかがりたん。まあ今のところ成果ゼロだけども。
俺が呼んだ。
What about everybody else?
マユシンも参加できたらよかったんだけど、今日はバイトがあるので。
I can hear Mayuri apologizing from the kitchen.
かがりさんの記憶、早く戻るといいね。
Oh man, so far
最
back
近の
now.
こと以外何も覚えてないなんて
So far back
寂しい
now.
もんね。
Set by the community for decades. She didn't remember anything except the recent past. What was going on? Kagari should still have had her memories from when she was a kid. Maybe trying to rewrite her memories like she deleted them.
はい、おかり。お茶どうぞ。
Oh, Mayuri's so sweet. Mayuri handed me a cup filled with barley tea.
ああ、ありがとう。
I took the cup, trying my best to hide my internal shock.
くんのはここに置いておくね。
どうも。
Yo, do not drink tea that fast. It's burning hot. I gulped down the tea, then stood up from the sofa and went over to Dar.
誰？
何？
I lowered my voice so that Mayuri couldn't hear.
かがりの記憶の上書きは成功したのか、それとも失敗したのか。
Dar looked at me for a moment confused.
何の話？
え？
That wasn't the answer I was expecting.
かがりの脳内に残っているクリスの記憶を消すのは成功したのかと聞いたんだ。
何その SF 設定怖い。オカリンついに中二病患者に復帰したん？
I froze for a moment. Dar didn't look like he was lying. He had no reason to lie anyway. And I mean that in this world line, Kurisu's memories had never been implanted in Kagari.
ちょっと来い。
ねえ、僕エロゲしてるんだけど。
Man, your porn game can wait. I dragged Dar outside the room, leaving a very confused Mayuri behind.
寒。オカリン、僕を殺す気か。
いいからちょっとだけ付き合ってくれ。確認したいことがあるんだ。
He must have sensed that I was serious because after a moment's surprise, he nodded silently. Let me lock in. Let me lock in.
今のかがりは記憶がないのか。
そうだよ。つか何度も言ってるっしょそれ。
タイムマシンで過去に来る前の未来の記憶も含めて。
ないってば。覚えてるのはここ最近のことだけ。未来のことを覚えてたらせめてマユシにはカガリタンの正体を教えてるし。
それはつまりマユリはかがりが自分の娘だということを知らないんだな。
うん。それは秘密にしとくってオカリンが決めたんで。
ということはかがりが未来から来たことを知っているのは
僕とオカリンと鈴葉。
それだけ。
それだけ。オカリンが他の誰かに話してなければ。
そうか。すまなかった。寝ぼけてたみたいだ。夢の内容が現実とごっちゃになったらしい。
気にすんなって。僕なんか24時間夢の中で生きてますから。キリッ。それにさ、僕としてはそういうテンション高いオカリンが久々だったからなんか懐かしく感じたお。
Instead of answering, I took a second to think. It seemed like there was three main differences with Kagari in this world line. One, she didn't have Kurisu's memories. Two, she didn't have her own memories of her childhood. Three, only me, Dar, and Suzuha knew who Kagari really was. In other words, Mayuri didn't know that Kagari was her daughter. Basically just reset everything that we learned up to this point. This is basically how it started.
戻ったのか。
Does Kagari seem closer to the one I met before I jumped to the alpha world? Yes, see? Everything seemed mostly the same as before, including the fact that we were trying to get back her memories. That mean that the second world line change to send me back to the old one. If I had a divergence meter, I could tell, but... I was starting to think like I used to. I chuckled at myself. I should stop. Sorry, that had nothing to do with the time machine or a time leap machine. All I could do was help Kagari get her memories back.
オカリン、なんかさっきから変じゃね？
いや、大丈夫だ。気にするな。
ならいいけど。つっか、いい加減寒いから戻っていい？
ああ、俺も凍えてきた。
Dara and I raced back inside the room. When I got back, I could just barely make out my Yuri's voice.
探し物ひとつ星の笑う声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよ
Do you remember this? Do you remember this song? It's been forever. My Yuri hadn't noticed us come back in. She's putting her textbook into her bag. It sounded like she was also singing a song. There we go.
それ、誰の歌だ？
There you go. It was only then that she realized I was there.
おかえり寒いのにお外で何話してたの？
ちょっと今期のアニメについての意見交換をしてたのだぜ。
すごいね。
なあ、今の歌って。
あ、もしかして口ずさんじゃってた？探し物ひとつ星の笑う声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよ
I heard something fall near the front of the entrance, or near the front entrance. At some point, Kagari opened the front door. Or excuse me, at some point, Kagari opened the front door. She was standing there with a shocked expression, her mouth opening and closing. Her bag was lying at her feet. She must have dropped it in surprise when she came in. But did anything that surprising happen?
あ、かがりさん。てってるー。そうその歌私知ってる。
そうなのか？
その歌は
Kagari's trying to point at my Yuri, but she can too much to do it.
歌
She fell to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut.
かがり！
This is an important scene, yeah.
探し物ひとつ星の笑う声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよママなーにかがりちゃんそれ何の歌？えへへこれはねとっても大事な歌なの。どんな歌なの？泣いている人を笑わせたいっていう歌かな。泣いてる人を笑わせるのが大事なの？それも大事だけどそうじゃなくてねこの歌は ママとかがりちゃんをつなげてくれた歌なの。この歌があったから出会えたんだよ。
Wait, hold on.
その歌がなかったらママはかがりのママになってくれなかったかもしれないの。
Why is the sky? Because this is the future, you know. Mayuri, she asked her mother out for them, and you know, Kagari's a kid here. It's a really nice CG, by the way. I want to make this clear. This is a beautiful CG, one of the best in the game. But I just also want to point out that, like, if this is the future, the sky shouldn't look like this. Granted, you know, like, I understand why it does. It's beautiful, it's a nice scene, but it's also like the sky is supposed to look dank and disgusting in the future. We've seen that in the other route that we were on when we get sent to well, actually no, that wasn't the future, that was just an alternate timeline. But yeah, no, the future's supposed to look dank and disgusting, so just want to point that out. Can't say anything yet, but you'll see. Actually, I forgot to edit the bio and everything. Gotta edit the stream. I added the thumbnail, but I also gotta edit the... That's all I gotta say. There you go. There you go. There you go. That should be better. Of course. Stupid YouTube Studio, man, sucks. Alright, now this time actually save the changes, please. There you go. Good lord, so annoying. Alright, live and in charge. Live and in charge. There you go. Now that should be fixed. Anyways.
そんなのいや。ああ、ごめんごめん。そういう意味で言ったんじゃないの。何があってもママはかがりちゃんのママだよ。でもそうだな、かがりちゃんにはこの歌覚えておいてほしいな。いつかかがりちゃんが大事な人と出会った時のために、その人が泣いている時笑わせられるように。ほら、一緒に歌おう。探し物一つ、星の笑う声。探し物一つ、 つ星の笑う声。上手上手。次はね、ママどこに行ったの？ねえママ
I wet a towel at the sink and put it on Kaguri's forehead as she lay on the sofa. She looked like she was having a nightmare. Her breathing was shallow and pained. She still wasn't awake.
大丈夫かな？
どうだろうな。
She just collapsed out of nowhere after all. It had been almost 5 minutes when she arrived and then immediately collapsed. Daru, Mayuri, and I had somehow managed to get her over to the sofa.
つうかさ、濡れたタオルを額に置くのって高熱で倒れた人の場合の処置じゃね？かがりったん熱はないっぽいじゃん。これ気絶した人にも効果あるん？
仕方ないだろう。他に何をしていいのかわからないんだから。
There you go. Neither Daru nor I had the knowledge required to handle the situation. Yeah, these guys are bots. But since Kagari had no insurance card and no residency certificate, taking her to a hospital felt like a bad idea. All we could do was wait for her to wake up.
Mama.
I heard her whispering something.
今ママって聞こえた。
We both put our ears closer to her mouth.
いや、行かないで。
She suddenly jerked upwards. There you go. The two of us have barely just managed to avoid getting headbutt.
あ、危なかったよ。あ、いや違う。かがりたんとのラッキースケベチャンスを逃したんだよ。バカ！バカだ、バカ！
Alright, man, chill out. Relax. There you go. I ignored Daru, who was bashing his head against the floor in frustration, and spoke to Kagari.
大丈夫か？
Man, what a pervert. What a pervert.
岡部さん。
Kagari seemed confused, and it took her a moment to realize that she was lying on a sofa. There you go.
私寝てたんですか？どうして？
覚えてないのか？
ラボに来た途端、マユシを見て気絶したんだよ。
まゆりさんを？
I realized that her tone had changed since the word line switched. There you go. More precisely, it switched. It had switched. It was back to how I was when I first met her. Yep.
君はマユリが口ずさんでいた歌を知っているようだった。
歌？あ、そうです。あの歌、私あの歌知ってるんです。どこかで聞いたことがあって、ずっと昔、子供の頃に。
おお、来たこれ！ これマジで記憶回復フラグなんじゃね？
まゆりさんはどこに？あの歌のこと教えてもらわなきゃ。
Her eyes darted around the
マユリ
lab.
はメイクインのバイトがあって君と入れ違いに出て行ったよ。
かがりたんのことすごく心配してた。
本当にごめんね。今日はランチタイムだけバイトを頼まれてて、どうしても行かなくちゃダメなの。おかり、ダルくん、かがりさんのことお願いね。
そうですか。
他に何か思い出したことはないか？どんなことでもいいんだ。
他に。
She put her hand up to her forehead so she could think.
う
And then she shook it softly.
ダメです。他には何も。歌のことも知っているのは確かなんですけど、誰から聞いたのかとかそういうのは全然。
かがりたんさ、今気絶してる間夢見てなかった？
夢ですか？
うん、うなされてたからさ、ママって呼んでた。
ああ、起きた時も叫んでたな。
私そんなことを。
歌がトリガーになって何か記憶が蘇ったりしてないかなって。
ダメ、思い出せません。確かに何かの夢を見ていた気がします。とても大切な夢だったような気がするんですけど。
そうか。
すみません、ご迷惑をおかけして。
But both Dara knew that this is the big step forward. There you go. She knew that the song that Mayuri was singing. There you go. And she said she learned it when she was a child. That would have been in the future, but before she got into the time machine. Sorry about this. There you go. Which meant that there could only be one answer. It was the future Mayuri who taught Kagari that song. Yes.
おかりん、ひとまずまゆしに聞いてみるのがいいんじゃね？
そうだな。バイトはランチタイムだけって言ってたから、タイミングを見計らってメイクインに行ってみるか。
私も行きます。
No, Kagari stood up off the sofa.
落ち着いて。今すぐ行くわけじゃない。もう少し休んでいた方がいい。
そうですね。すみません。
And her stomach rumbled.
腹が減ったのか？カップ麺ならあるが。
あとはまゆしが買いだめした唐揚げとかバナナとか。
バナナいただきます。
Banana. She seemed embarrassed.
お帰りになさいませ、ご主人様。
When we opened the door to Maid Queen Yan Yan, the usual cat-eared maid was there to welcome us.
あ、
さん。
むにゅー。おかりん、最近来るたびに違う女の子を連れてくるにゃ。
That is
もう
true.
極めリア充大学生のオーラをまとう能力を身につけたという話は本当だったのかにゃ。
That is also
そん
true.
なんじゃない。マユリを迎えに来たんだ。そろそろバイト上がりの時間なんじゃないかと思ってな。
マユシーは今日キッチン担当だったのにゃ。
キッチン？
今日はランチタイムのメイドちゃんたちの人数が足りにゃくて、この時間だけマユシーにもお手伝いしてもらったのにゃ。
なあ、マユリに料理をやらせて大丈夫なのか？
本人はやりたがってたけど、お皿洗いに集中してもらったにゃ。
That was Ferris for you. She knew exactly who belonged where.
もう上がってもらったから今は着替えてる頃にゃ。
じゃあ外で待ってるって伝えておいてくれ。
了解にゃ。
We waited down below. Yeah, we waited down below for a bit before my Yuri came out.
おかり、かがりさん。ごめんね、迎えに来てくれて。かがりさん、大丈夫？
Yeah. As soon as she got out of the store, my Yuri ran out and gave Kagari a big hug. She had a worried look on her face as she peered into
あ
Kagari's
りがとう、
eyes.
マユリさん。もう大丈夫。よ
かった。バターンって倒れちゃったからびっくりしちゃったよ。
心配かけてごめんなさい。
でもどうして2人して迎えに来てくれたの？
お前に聞きたいことがあってな。さっき口ずさんでいた歌についてだ。
I repeated the conversation I had at the lab for my Yuri.
というわけでその歌をどこで覚えたのか教えてほしいんだ。
マユシーはすずさんが歌っていたのを聞いたの。
鈴葉が？
I remember this actually.
マユシーはバイトが終わった後よくラボでお勉強してるんだ。雨の日はね、すずさんが部屋の中でトレーニングしてるのです。腹筋とか腕立て伏せとか。それでね、トレーニングが終わるとシャワーを浴びるんだけど、出た後は髪を乾かしながら窓の外の雨を見てるの。ずっと。その時にね、いつもこの歌を小さく口ずさんでるんだよ。なんていう歌なのかはすずさんに聞いたことはないんだけどね。
なるほど。
So maybe it was a song from the future then. Like a song that was popular with people in the 2030s, maybe. Maybe Kagari learned it at the time that Suzuha did.
それなら次は鈴葉に当たってみるか。
そうですね。
ここまで来たんだ。最後まで付き合うよ。
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
My relationship with Suzuha is probably still pretty strained in this world, but she would probably help me get Kagari's memories back.
一度戻ろう。鈴葉はブラウン管工房で店番してると思う。
マユシーも一緒に行く。
マユリさん、いいんですか？
Mayuri gave a cheerful answer to start to fidget as she were embarrassed for some reason.
ね、うまく言えないんだけど、かがりさんを見てるとなんかしなきゃっていう気持ちになるのです。守ってあげたいとか、助けてあげたいとか、
I mean, it makes
そう
sense.
いう気持ち
Little does she know, but it
なん
makes
でな
sense.
のかな。不思議だね。えへへ。
Maybe it was the bond between mother and daughter. It was gonna be a long time before Mayuri became Kaguri's mother, though.
それにね、思い出がないのって寂しいと思うから。
まゆりさん、ありがとうございます。
みんなで頑張ろう。
And so the three of us went back to the lab.
あれ、すずさんの自転車がないね。
おかしいな。出る時にはあったんだが。
Just as we went to peek inside the Bronte workshop, Tanoji
Oh.
came out.
なんか用か？
鈴葉はいませんか？さっきまで店番してたと思うんですが。
ああ、あいつなら今日は上がったぜ。午後から用事があるとかでな、いつになく真面目な顔して出かけていった。
何の用事かは聞いてますか？
いや、バイトのプライベートまで詮索するつもりはねえからな。
That was all he said before you headed back into the shop.
すずさん、どこ行ったのかな。
用事って何でしょうね。
I hoped it was something serious. Like, Rein. Excuse me, sorry. Wow, alright. I think I got a hint for Kaguri's memories. There's some things I want to ask you. Alright. Go Kagari.
ゴーゴーカレー？
There you go. Was she eating a late lunch? Was that important?
とにかく行ってみよう。
お見事です。ゴーゴーカレー秋葉原店、今月の大食い大会覇者はお店史上初の3連覇、静かなる殺戮者さんです。
Oh, why does clap so wet? Bro? What is that?
あの華奢な体のどこにあんな大量のカレーが入るんだよ。
カレーの女神だ。カレーの女神が権限された。
名前に恥じない殺戮者っぷりだな。あの食いっぷりを見たら本職の殺し屋って言われても信じるね。
You're not gonna believe this. You're not gonna believe this, bro.
優勝した静かなる殺戮者さん、おめでとうございます。
すごいな。
すごいですね。
There you go. Was this what Suza had been up to? There you go. The store had said she'd won 3 times in a row, and the customers seemed to know her. Did that mean she was a regular? Suza made her way over to us through the cheering crowds. There you go.
あれ、3人ともどうしたの？ごめん、さっきは大会の直前だったからそっけない返事しちゃった。 すごいね。あんな大皿のカレーをペロリと食べちゃうなんて。食べられるものは食べられる時に食べる。戦場で生き残るために必要な素養だよ。
戦場？私何か聞き間違えたんでしょうか。
気にしない方がいいと思う。
おじさん、それでカガリの記憶の手がかりって？
I explained what had happened so far.
私の歌聞こえてたの？もう言ってよ、マヨネーさん。すずさんが歌ってるの
First time I see her
すごく
blushing.
可愛かったから教えたらやめちゃうかなと思って黙ってました。意地悪だな。
それでその歌はどこで知ったんだ？
母さんだよ。母さんが歌ってたんだ。
That is true. We did hear
ユ
you
キ
sing.
さんが？
ユキさん？鈴葉さんのお母様もユキさんとおっしゃるんですか？
Oops.
いや、そうじゃない。ユキさんのあだ名が母さんなんだ。
そうそう、そういうこと。ついあだ名で呼んじゃうんだよ。
そうなんですか。それはどういう由来で？
ごめん、その話はまた今度。おじさん、ちょっとこっち来て。
Suza and I stood a little away from Kagari.
さ、よく考えたら母さんのことは別に隠さなくてもいいんじゃない？
記憶が戻らない可能性もあるんだから言わない方が賢明だと思うけどな。
そうか。私としてはそれは避けたい結末ではあるけど。
それでその歌をユキさんから教わったっていうのは未来での話だよな。
もちろん。母さんが料理を作りながらよく歌ってて自然に覚えたんだ。
I was getting confused. So what's going on here?
子供の頃のかがりは鈴葉かユキさんからその歌を教わったということか。
それはないよ。かがりがまゆ姉さんの養子になったのは母さんが死んだ後だから。私も人前で歌ったことなんてないんだ。かがりに聞かせたこともない。あの頃は生きるのに精一杯でそんな心の余裕なんてなかったからね。無意識に口ずさんでるなんて自分でも知らなかったくらいなんだ。かがりがこの歌を子供の頃に覚えたんだったらそれはまゆ姉さんから教わったんだと思うよ。
そうか。
There you go. Which meant Kagari learned it from Mayuri, who learned it from hearing Suza hum it, and Suza learned it from Yuki, her mother.
なら次はユキさんに当たってみるか。
There you go.
なんだか伝言ゲームめいてきた。
But even so, if we kept at it, we were sure to learn the truth eventually. Hopefully.
私はタイムマシンの整備もあるし付き合いそうにないな。かがりのことよろしくね。
あ。というわけだ。
I explained to Mayuri and Kagari what I learned from Suzuha. Of course, since I couldn't tell them about the future, I skirted around that part of the
そ
story.
っか。じゃあ次はユキさんだね。
マユリ、連絡取ってもらっていいか？
わかった。
Mayuri took out her phone to call Yuki.
出ないな。LINE 送っておくね。
Mayuri gave up on calling her and sent her a Ryan message.
これで OK だよ。
なんだか大ごとになってしまってすみません。
気にしなくていいよ。それにね、マユシーはかがりさんとこうしてお散歩できて楽しいのです。
ありがとう。私もまゆりさんとお話ししながら歩いているとなんだかゆったりした気分になれるんです。
ああ、それマユシーも一緒だ。
私たち気が合うのかもしれませんね。
えへへ、嬉しいな。
Daru here, he yelled Yuri for the win. Come to think of it, Daru had said that he had something to do today. I hadn't seen him since we left the lab. Probably something I didn't want to know about.
あ、ゆきさんからメッセージ来たよ。実は今橋田さんとデート中だって。
Oh, there you go.
ああ、そうなんだ。
あの二人お付き合いしてるんですか？
デートするほど進展していたとは聞いてないぞ。
Was that what Daru was up to?
ゆきさん、夕方にはラボに来るみたい。
夕方か。時間が少し空くな。
でもデートの邪魔しちゃ悪いよ。
そうですね。待ちましょう。
If Kagari wanted to wait, it was my place to disagree. We decided to have Mayuri answer Yuki's message and then go back to the lab. On the way,
お、どうした？
おかり、あそこ。
Mayuri suddenly lowered her voice and quietly pointed towards a nearby cafeteria with outdoor seating.
Oh!
Yeah. Two people we recognized were sitting at one of the tables. It was Yuki and Daru. The two of them were eating a sandwich together.
これはあれだな。とりあえずいつものダルに倣ってこう言っておこう。ダル、リア充爆発しろ。
どうしましょう。
What do you mean, what do we do? Leave him alone. What to say?
とはいえ、これはなかなか見られない光景じゃないか。
それは確かに。
Mayuri's eyes were filled with passion. She seemed to be truly cheering them on.
二人が食べ終わるのを待って偶然合流した感じにするか。
マユシーは賛成です。いいと思います。
Kagari and Mayuri were getting excited. Is this really that exciting? We sat at a nearby table in the corner of the terrace so as not to let them see us. We covered our faces as best as we could and quietly observed. They seemed to be enjoying their lunch. I could just barely make out what they were saying.
ほらほら、橋田さん、口の端にトマトついてますよ。拭いてあげますね。
いやいやいや、大丈夫大丈夫。自分で拭くから。
でもいつもハンカチ持ってないじゃないですか。ほら、こっちに顔向けてください。
僕の体液がついたら天主のハンカチが汚れてててしま。
Yo, he is
汚い
bugging
なん
out.
て思ったりしませんよ。はい、拭きますよ。
あ
何をやってるんだあいつは。
仲良さそうで羨ましいな。お似合いですね、あのお二人。
そうか。
そうですよ。
I don't get it.
いいな、幸せそうだな。
Mayuri's watching him with stars in her eyes. And then
まゆりさん、お腹空いてるんですか？
バイトが終わってからお昼食べようと思ってたから。
なんだ、そうだったのか。じゃあ何か注文するか。ここは俺がおごる。
いいの？
手伝ってくれているお礼だ。
やったー、おかり太っ腹だね。じゃあね、じゃあね。
there you go. Mayuri's eyes shone as she looked at the menu. There you go. Okay.
クレープ食べたいな。いちごとクリームがいっぱい
I'm
入
sorry,
っ
I'm
て
a
る
broke
の。
college student. I can't afford that. Evidently, the place was offering a special deal on crepes. A special on crepes. There you go.
かがりは？
私はさっきお昼食べさせてもらいましたから。
一緒に食べようよ。
遠慮しなくていいよ。
すみません。じゃあバナナとチョコのを。
了解だ。
I want to buy crepes, being careful not to let Dara and Yuki see me. Oh, that's cute. This is a nice scene. I remember this actually.
すっごくおいしい。感動だよ。
ですね。チョコレートの苦さが絶妙。
いちごもおいし
Sorry
い
about
よ。
that. Sorry.
ほら、かがりさん。あーん。
おいしい。
Yeah, you see,
何をさせるんですか？
you see why this is called recursive Mother Goose. So it become more evident now.
照れなくてもいいのに。女の子同士なんだし。
それはそうなんですけど。
あ、ほっぺにクリームついてるよ。
やだ。
マユシーが取ってあげる。
大丈夫ですよ。自分で拭けますから。
Yeah, she is a grown woman. You don't do not worry about her. Kagari hurriedly took a hand mirror and handkerchief out of her pouch and wiped it up. She has a hand mirror?
マユシーが取ってあげたかったな。
もうまゆりさんたら困ります。
どうして？
どうしてって、
Because she's older than you?
まゆりさんに言われるとなんか変な気持ちになっちゃうから。
変な気持ち？
はい。なぜかまゆりさんにすごく甘えたくなっちゃうんですよね。おかしいな。私の方が年上のはずなのに。
Because you are older than her. Kagari's cheeks flushed red as she stared up into Mayuri's eyes.
それはかがりさんがマユシーを好きだってことだよね。
I think it's not fair for Kagari though because
マユシーもかがりさんのこと大好きだよ。
there you go. Let me finish what I was saying. That it's not fair for Kagari because at the end of the day, like it's not her fault that her mother was older than her adoptive mother, and then all of a sudden she goes back in time and now she's older than her mother. It's like it's not normal. It's not normal. It's not fair to her.
まゆりさん、私は。
ああ、まゆりのそれに深い意味はないから気にしないでくれ。
No, she means it.
そうなんですか？ねえねえ、マユシーにも一口ちょうだい。
兄弟。Oh, it's so cute.
しょうがないな。はい。
Mary took a bite of the crip in Kagari's hand. To someone else's eyes, it might just look like two sisters feeding each other crips. Of course, Mayuri would be the little sister. But little did they know. But it didn't look that way to me. It looked like a little Kagari was blushing and stretching a hand out, reaching to a hand out to her mother. There you go. Can't talk. I can only imagine what the future was like after World War III had occurred. There you go. But no matter how bad it got, families still must have gotten together to eat dinner. Go. Maybe this happened in the future too. That would be very happy.
コリン？
ん？
どうしたの？ぼーっとして。
悪い。ちょっと考え事をしてた。
オカリンもクレープ食べたくなっちゃったのかな？
I'm straight, I'm good,
今から
man,
で
I'm
も
good.
買ってきたらどうですか？
大丈夫だよ。昼飯はさっき食べたし。
There you go. The crepes look so sweet that I lost my appetite.
あ、そうだ。じゃあ、マユシーの一口あげるよ。
それなら私のも。
You know, people forget you're here to see Yuki. Like, what are we doing? I suddenly found myself with two smiling girls shoving grapes into my face. There you go.
バカ、やめろ。恥ずかしいだろ。
I even thinking I tried to move my chair back only to get caught in the. That's what I get for not paying attention. Well, unlucky. Man, I'm never gonna beat this level. Oh my goodness. Bloons Tower Defense 6. What a time. What a time. 3 hours now? Yep, 3 hours. And let me see. Let me get a measure as to how far. It is 8, so I do, you know, I still have time to keep streaming, luckily. But, oh, okay, that's why, because it was 2 episodes. Yeah. 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 Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Oh, man. Okay, so yeah, we're close. We're close to being done. Another hour and then we're done. I can do that. I can do that. Fry of you though, bro. You guys ever heard about the poo-poo spray? Poo-poo spray. Yeah. I am thinking I tried to move my chair back only to get it caught on the leg of the table. Oh, oh man. Oh man. Poo poo spray. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. The rest of the cafe watched me as I fell flat onto the ground. I ended up attracting a lot of attention. And as a result,
岡部さんじゃないですか。
yeah.
なあ、お
Poo-poo spray.
お、オカリン、なぜここに？
Oh man. They found us. We explained to the two of them how we found ourselves here.
もう声をかけてくれればよかったじゃないですか。えへへ、ごめんなさい。
お邪魔しちゃ悪いかなと思って。
ずっと見られてたことの方が恥ずかしいですよ。
Well, embarrassing and creepy, I'm not gonna lie. Dario's face was as placid as a sage's. There you go. Knowing that we saw him like that must have snapped his mind in half. There you go.
それでユキさんどうかな。その歌どこで知ったのか覚えてないか。
覚えてますよ。最近のことなので。私、お菓子教室でバイトをしてるんです。講師の先生の補佐役なんですけど。ほら、私、お菓子作るの好きだから、まだまだ修行中なんですけどね。ゆきさんが作るお菓子は、ものすごく美味しいんだよ。そうなんですか？今度、かがりさんも一緒に作ろうね。はい、ぜひ。
Try to get the conversation back on track.
そのお菓子教室と歌にどんな関係が？
ああ、そうそう。教室に通ってる生徒さんの一人が調理の間、その歌をいつも口ずさんでて、本人は無意識みたいなんですけど、それを歌ってる時はとても幸せそうな顔をされていて、私もいつの間にか覚えちゃいました。
その生徒はユキさんの知り合いなのか？例えば俺の知っている人だったりしないか？
それはないと思います。割とお年を召している女性なので。
We played the same game of telephone to this point, and ended up with someone who had nothing to do with any of us. It really was a common song in Kagari. I just happened to learn it from hearing someone sing it in the future. No, it's too early to assume that. I can't give up yet.
その生徒さんに話を聞いてみよう。ユキさん、すまないが、その人に連絡を取ってもらえないかな。生徒の個人情報だったら、俺たちに教えるわけにもいかないだろうし。
別に構わないですよ。教室といってもそんな大げさなものじゃないですから。その方の携帯のメアドも聞いてますし、よくお話もしますから。
Huh. Okay. Yuki took her phone out of her pouch and started to fiddle with it. Seemed to be looking at a list of addresses.
あったあった。この人です。
She turned the phone towards us. Seeing the name of the person we never met wouldn't do us any good, but we looked anyway.
Eh?
Oh, he's so close. Yeah, you're not gonna believe who this is, bro. You're not gonna believe. Yeah.
その名前、オカリンのお母さんの名前だよ。
There was no doubt about it. That was my mom's name. How you know my mom?
へえ、ユキさんってあんたのお友達だったんだ。
After hearing the shocking news that Kagari's song traced its roots all the way back to my mom, we went back to the lab. Oh great, I just lost. Stupid balloons tower defense, bro. So I went up to the roof in the cold to call home. There you go. There you go. It would have been embarrassing to call my mom in front of Mayuri and Kagari, so I went up to the roof in the cold to call home. When I asked my mom if she was going to cooking class, she seemed surprised I didn't know.
歌ね。口ずさんでるなんて全然気づかなかったわ。ちょっと恥ずかしいわね。
その歌はどこで覚えたんだ？
どこでって？
ラジオで流れてたとか、他の人が歌っているのを聞いたとかさ。
あんただけど？
Yep.
え？
Yep.
あんたが前に歌ってたのよ。
何言って
んだよ。そんなわけないだろ。
ほら、あんたが中学生の頃、まゆりちゃんが塞ぎ込んじゃった時期があったでしょ。おばあちゃんが亡くなって。みんな心配してたけど、まゆりちゃん、ある日を境に元に戻ってくれて、ほんとよかったわ。でも、代わりにあんたがおかしくなっちゃったのよね。なんだっけ？上記のバッドサイレントテスト？
やめて。
Was there anything in the world more terrifying than hearing about your own dark past with your mom? Hey, it's not bad. It's not bad. It could be worse.
あんたがそのバッドなんとかにかぶれ始めた頃、お風呂に入るたびに歌ってたのよ。散々聞いてるうちに覚えちゃったわ。
His mom's so sweet.
歌っていた？
そうよ、覚えてないの？あ、お客さん来た。じゃあね、雨が降りそうだから早く帰ってきなさい。
Yeah, I'm not coming home. I'd never come home. What are you talking about?
オカリ、どうだった？
わかりましたか？
Bado scientist. I accept what happened from what I heard from my mom, even though I didn't really understand it myself. It all comes back. Yeah, they were surprised. I was more surprised than anybody. I was so surprised I actually felt pretty calm.
なると、どういうことなんでしょうか。
What did it mean? Kagari learned the song from Mayuri in the future. Mayuri had learned it in the present from Suzuha. Suzuha had learned it from Yuki in the future. Yuki had learned it from my mom. And my mom had learned it from me.
俺、歌なんて歌ってたか？
マユシーも覚えてないな。
If it was a popular song, maybe I would have hummed it, but...
ダメだ。思い出せない。
どうしよう。手がかりなくなっちゃったね。
Mary looked like she was about to cry. Kagari gave her a gentle hug.
落ち着いてください、まゆりさん。岡部さん、そのまゆりさんが落ち込んでいた時っていうのは 何か手がかりになりませんか？
そうは言っても何か特別なことをしていたわけじゃないからな。真由里が墓参りに行ってるのを迎えに行くくらいで。
That was when Kyoma, now sealed away, have been born. So funny, man.
じゃあそのお墓に行ってみませんか？何か思い出すかも。
Was that possible?
ここまで来たなら最後まできちんと確かめてみたいですから。
おかりん、マユシーからもお願い。
わかった。行こう。
ありがとうございます。
The sun was about to set, so we decided to go the next day. The next day, the sky had been cloudy since morning. I met with Kagari and Mayuri at the spot near the cemetery where her mother was buried. Grandmother was buried, excuse me.
私、傘持ってきてないんですよね。天気予報では降らないって言ってたから。
マユシーもだよ。
Huh. And I never bought an umbrella when it wasn't raining. I'm gonna say who would really? In other words, nobody had an umbrella.
雨が降り出す前に切り上げるようにしよう。
おばあちゃん、おかりんが来てくれて喜ぶだろうな。
そうだな。
それに今日はかがりさんも来てくれたし、マユシーの素敵なお友達をおばあちゃんに紹介できるのが楽しみなのです。
まゆりさん、
おかりん、早く行こう。マユシーはおばあちゃんに話したいことがたくさんあるのです。
そうだな。
That's sweet. That's
急ごう。
We finally arrived at the cemetery. I wonder if they're gonna use the same sprite. They shouldn't, hopefully. The skies were getting darker and it felt like it could rain at any moment. Oh, no, we just get a different CG entirely. We finished cleaning the grave and each of us put our hands in front of together in front of us. Then Mayuri sat down and started talking to her grandmother. Kagari and I watched from a short distance away.
それでね、かがりさんが驚いた顔で入ってきて、バターンって気絶しちゃったんだ。もうびっくりしたよ。マユシーはすっごく慌てちゃったし、すっごく心配だったんだけど、どうしてもバイトに行かなきゃいけなくて。だからオカリンとダルくんにかがりさんのことお願いって言ってラボを出たの。でも本当は心配で心配で胸がはち切れそうだったんだよ。
岡部さん、
Kagari whispered to me concerned.
ああ、真由里のことなら気にしないでくれ。あれは儀式みたいなものなんだ。
儀式？
ああ、真由里はおばあちゃん子でさ、そのおばあちゃんが亡くなった時には魂が抜けたみたいになってたんだ。半年くらい誰とも口を聞かずに毎日ここに来ては一日中ぼんやり立ってた。まるで自分もおばあちゃんのところに行ければいいのにって祈っているように見えた。
それを岡部さんが連れ戻したんですよね。
どうしてそれを？
まゆりさんから聞いちゃいました。
She told her.
あいつめ。
いいじゃないですか。かっこいいですよ。 マッドサイエンティストの法王院京馬さん。
Yo, I'm gonna cry.
やめてくれ。あの時は必死だったんだ。後から思えば正解だったわけだけど、やっぱり恥ずかしい真似をしたと思うよ。
I used every bit of knowledge I could scrape up from anime and video games to try to keep Mayuri's soul from leaving us.
連れてなんて
Yep.
行かせない。
Iconic scene. Iconic scene.
マユリは俺の人質だ。人体実験の生贄なんだ。どこにも逃がさないからな。
そっか。マユシーは人質なんだね。じゃあしょうがないね。
うんうん。とても素敵なお話だと思います。
そうかな。
そうですよ。あ、
ん？
降ってきました。
I looked up just in time for a drop to fall on my cheek. A cold rain started to come
こんな
down.
に早く降り始めるとは思いませんでしたね。どうします？
We just got in here and hadn't done anything yet. Wanted to at least do a little research before we left.
一旦雨宿りできる場所を探そう。コンビニで傘を買ってもいいし。
わかりました。まゆりさん、一度駅に戻りましょう。
え？ああ、雨だ。
The rain started to come down harder as we ran toward the station.
ずぶ濡れだよ。
先に傘を買っておけばよかったですね。
これじゃシャワー浴びないと風邪ひいちゃうね。そうだ、かがりさん、まゆしーのお家来る？一緒にシャワー浴びようよ。あれ？
Mayuri turned around and suddenly stopped. I stopped too. Looked back and saw that Kagari wasn't keeping up with us. She was standing some distance away with a blank look on her face. She was facing us, but she seemed to be staring off into the distance.
かがりさん、どうしたの？
聞こえる。
The voice. Her voice was flat and emotionless. It was like she was a different person than the one that had been there a moment ago.
聞こえるって何が？
声が聞こえる。
かがりさん？
Mayuri started to walk towards Kagari.
私、行かなきゃ。
And suddenly, Kagari ran through the puddles of water and out into the street. A truck was coming. Mayuri screamed. My body moved on its own. I yanked Mayuri's shoulder down and knocked her to the ground so that she couldn't run out on her own. And then I used that momentum to run out into the street myself.
昔はね、今みたいに空気が汚れていなかったから、みんな雨に濡れても気にしなかったんだよ。ママがかがりちゃんくらいの年の頃はね、雨が降るのは楽しみだったんだ。オカリンと一緒にお外を走り回ったの。雨の中を走るとね、まるで海の中を泳いでるみたいなんだ。オカリンとママはね、その中を泳ぐ魚なの。世界でたった2匹だけの。楽しかったな。
それはいつのことだっただろう。1998年に鈴葉お姉ちゃんと別れてから長いこと閉じ込められていた施設。私がそこから逃げ出したのはいつのことだっただろう。逃げ出した理由は、急にママに会いたくなったから、それだけだった。
After the place where she was kept, Kagari was waiting for the professor to come, like always when she happened to look outside and saw that it was raining. When she smelled the water through the window, she remembered what her mom said. And the next thing she knew, she'd taken off the headset she was wearing. Nobody had expected it, so escaping was easy. She ripped out the cords on her arms and used the little window to go outside. And as she stuck in the back of a truck that was just leaving the parking lot. The facilities she'd been kept in must have been deep within the mountains. After hours of shaking, the truck finally reached a town somewhere. When the truck stopped, she jumped out and wandered in the rain with nowhere to go. She didn't have any destination in mind. She just wanted to see her mom, but didn't know where she was. Even if she did find her, her mom would have been younger than Kagari and wouldn't know who she was. She went away from the facility on impulse, but she had no money and there was nothing she could do, except wait for the professor to come find her. Until then, she wanted to get wet in the rain. The rain kept falling for a long time. Her clothes got wet, but she didn't care.
雨が痛くないなんて変な感じ。
The rain in this era didn't sting when it landed on your skin. It was warm. For the first time, Kagari learned that nature could do things other than hurt you. That's crazy. There was life in this rain. That's how it felt to her. The rain in this era was alive. It was totally different than the dead rain of the future. Kagari kept walking, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by living rain. How long had she walked? When her legs finally started to get tired, she sat down at a bench with a roof over it. It was a trolley platform. It was unmanned without even a ticket station. She sat down and looked up at the sky. The rain was still falling.
神様はこの雨も嫌いなんだろうな。生きている雨より死んでいる雨の方が好きなんだろうな。そうじゃなきゃ未来の雨が死んでいる理由を説明できないもの。
The dead rain sure didn't seem better than the living rain to Kagari. Yeah, she don't know. She don't know. Rain is fire. But there was one thing she was sure of. In the future, where Mom was, the rain was dead. When she saw Mom again, the rain would be dead. So she wasn't really mad at God.
迷子ですか?
There you go. A boy was standing next to the bench. He was the same age as Kagura, or maybe a little younger. He was holding an umbrella, but the area below his knees were soaking wet. He must have walked in the rain for a long time. Kagura said nothing as he sat down next to her. He looked tired and in pain.
僕も。
The boy talked to her in a voice that was a whisper. when he talked about, to see what he talked about, she couldn't remember. But he seemed to be in so much pain, as if he was carrying the weight of the whole world's sadness on his shoulders. Why had he talked to her when they never met before? Why had he decided to open up to Kagari? Strangely, it didn't bother her. She was the same. She was the same as he was. And strangely, she realized something. There were things in this world that just couldn't change. There were things in this world where... There you go. Alright, just had to make sure. There you go. There were things in this world where all you could do was watch them slip through your fingertips. You couldn't give up on them. You had no choice but to give up. She felt that despair. Maybe the rain had brought the two of them together. There were so many people in the world, and yet the two of them had no one they could talk to. Maybe the rain had brought them together. The living rain. The warm rain. The gentle rain.
オカリンとママはね、その中を泳ぐ魚なの。世界でたった2匹だけの。
Mommy had looked so happy when she told that story. But it sounded sad to Kagari. Because the world was so big, and it was just the two of them alone. It would be lonely to have no one else there. That's what she thought. But now she understood how Mommy felt. There you go. But that was different than being totally alone. No matter what else, there was someone next to you who felt the same way. It was lonely, but she was sure it wasn't that lonely. That's what she felt at the bottom of the sea of living rain.
探し物一つ星の笑う声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよ
There was nothing Kagari could do for the boy, but she felt like he needed that song. The next thing she knew, the boy was gone.
雨やまないな
探したよ。ほら、行こう。どうしたんだい？
Yeah, no, I can't do it.
私
Can't do it.
行かなきゃ
There you go. She shook out the professor's hand and ran into the street through the pouring rain. And then she saw a truck splashing up water from the puddles as it came barreling towards her. Dang, it's the same guy. Bro's unluckiest man in the world. Kagari woke up and realized she was in a hospital bed.
Kagari-san!
Before I continue, let me check something. Should be 9 now, right? Almost. Yeah, by 1 minute. And it's 3 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Let's see, how are we looking? $4.99, yeah. The live stream itself, 24. There you go. Yep, just that in the third. keep going. Way it's looking, I might be able to finish before, what's it called? Before the end of the stream. Mary was looking down at her with eyes swollen bright red.
Kagari, Kagari-san 気がついたよ。
カガリ、
私
トラックにはねられそうになったんだ。怪我はなかったんだけどな。気を失ってたから念のために救急車を呼んだ。君は保険証を持ってないから医療費はとんでもない額になるかもな。
しょうがないよ。あの時はそうするしかなかったもん。かがりさんが無事でよかった。オカリンがね、ギリギリのところで助けたんだよ。二人とも死んじゃったのかと思って。まゆしいわ、まゆしいわ。
泣くなよ、マユリ。
そうでした。
So weird to see her cry, man. It's
ぼんや
crazy.
り覚えてます。岡部さんが飛び出してきてくれたことごめんなさい。私どうかしてた。ありがとう。
いや、無事ならいいんだ。
In a fit of emotion, Mayuri leapt on Kagari. That's
よかったよ、
sweet.
かがりさん。本当に心配したんだから。
A lot of CGs in this route.
マユリさん。違う。
Kagari finally understood everything.
そうじゃない。この人はマユリさんじゃない。そうだ。この人はママだ。やっと会えた。
Oh, and now it's reverse. Now it was Kagari's turn to give Mayuri a big hug.
ママかがりさん違うよ。まゆしはママじゃないよ。
違ってなんかない。ママはかがりのママなの。
She couldn't stop herself from talking like a little girl. The last 10 years vanished, and Kagari was once again a small child.
カガリ、記憶が戻ったのか。
オカリンおじさん。全部思い出した。私は椎名真由里の娘、椎名かがりだよ。
だってかがりさんまゆしより年上だよ。それにまゆしは赤ちゃん産んだりとかしてないし。
ママ、私は未来から来たんだよ。未来のママは孤児だった私を引き取って養女にしてくれたの。
まゆしが？
そうだよ。私に生きる理由を与えてくれたのがママなの。ママはね、私を危ない目に遭わせないために一番安全なところに逃がしてくれた。
安全なところ？
過去だよ。ママが幼かった頃のまだ平和だった日本でなら安全に暮らせるだろうって。でもやっぱり寂しかった。ここにはママがいないんだもの。どんな安全な場所でもママと離れ離れになるんじゃ意味なんてないもん。ママ会いたかったよ。
Kagari clung to Mayuri on a soft bed and cried for a long time. At first, Mayuri was confused, but she eventually hugged her back gently.
かがりちゃん。ママ。ごめんね。ごめんね。ごめんね。辛かったよね。寂しかったよね。ママのせいでずっと泣いてたんだよね。ごめんね。ママ。
こうして私、椎名かがりは全ての記憶を取り戻した。それからの数ヶ月間はただ楽しかった。毎日のようにラボに集まってママやその友達と遊んだ。みんな本当にいい人たちだった。退屈する暇なんて1秒もなかった。特にママはできるだけ時間を作って私と一緒にいてくれた。一緒にご飯を食べに行ったり、一緒にショッピングに行ったり、目的もなく一緒に散歩したりした。たわいもないその全てが私が心の底から求め続けていたものだった。以前は頭の中に響いていた声もママとたくさん話しているうちにいつの間にか聞こえなくなっていた。ママはどんな時でも笑顔を私に見せてくれた。そして心から嬉しそうに私の話を聞いてくれた。本当に本当に幸せだった。お泊まり会も何度もした。ラボやママの家やルカ君の家でお菓子を食べながら遅くまで話して、夜はママと同じ布団で眠りについた。布団の中では小さな声で二人であの歌を歌った。ママが二人をつないでくれた歌だと言ったあの歌を。確かにあの歌は私とママとをつないでくれた。私は小さい頃にママにこの歌を教えてもらった。ママは鈴葉お姉ちゃんから聞いた。鈴葉お姉ちゃんはユキさんから、ユキさんはオカリンおじさんのお母さんから、オカリンおじさんのお母さんはオカリンおじさんから、そしてオカリンおじさんは確かなことはわからない。でももしそうだったらそれはとても素敵なことだ。他にもママとたくさん話した。学校の話、ラボの話、オカリンおじさんの話、未来の話、恋の話、本当にいろんなことを。ある時ママが急にこんな話をしたことがあった。
ねえかがりちゃん、まゆしーはね、思うのです。この歌は大好きな人を励ます歌なんじゃないかなって。その人は大切な宝物をなくして悲しくて悲しくて眠っちゃったの。どんなに揺さぶっても眠ったまま、 れくらい悲しかったから。でもね、その宝物は実はなくなってないんだ。本当はちょっと手を伸ばせば届くところにあるの。だけどその人は宝物がすぐ近くにあることに気づかないでずっと眠ったままなの。でもね、その人はきっと本当は誰かが起こしてくれるのをずっと待ってるんだ。だってね、その人はそばにいるから。いなくなったわけじゃないから。それがいつになるのかわからないけど、それでもいつかきっと目を覚ましてくれる。そういう歌なんじゃないかなって思うんだ。
そしてママは私を見てにっこりと微笑んでくれた。カーテンから漏れる月明かりでぼんやりと見えたママの瞳がとても澄んで見えた。初めて見る綺麗な色の瞳だった。けれど後から思うと、あの時のママの瞳は以前にも見たことがあった。あの時私が記憶を取り戻したあの雨の日、ママは私を抱きしめながらあんな瞳をしていた。あの時ママはずっと同じ言葉を繰り返していた。ごめんね、かがりちゃん、ごめんねと。そのごめんねはママが未来のママ自身の代わりに謝っているんだと思ってた。未来のママが私を一人ぼっちにしたことを謝っているんだって、そう思ってた。けれどそうじゃなかった。あの時ママは他の誰でもなく2011年の椎名真由里として私に謝っていたんだ。私を一人ぼっちにしてごめんねと。そのことに気づいたのは半年後、2011年7月7日、七夕の日だった。本当は分かってた。こんなところに呼び出して、ママ何の用かな。何かサプライズでも考えてるのかな。
Kagari whispered as if she wanted it to be true. Today was July 7th, Tanabata. The lab was going to have a Tanabata party with the Tenoji family on the roof of the building. It was essentially an excuse to hold a barbecue. The sky was clear that day, so the night stars were sure to be pretty.
早く戻って準備の続きしなきゃ。ママと一緒に。本当は分かってた。この呼び出しが何を意味するのか分かってて、でも自分に対して分からないふりをしてた。本当はここには来たくなかった。見たくないものから目をそらしていたかった。
I took one step after another toward the roof.
早く行かなきゃ。ママが待ってる。どうして今になってママ。
When I opened the door, I was met with a burst of warm wind and a gentle summer twilight. The stars could already be seen twinkling in the evening sky. Mayuri was there. She was standing right next to the time machine. She had one hand on her head to keep the wind from blowing away her hat, and another reached out toward the sky. Her hand stretched straight up toward the Akihabara sky, as if she was trying to grab the brightest star. Her eyes seemed to look past the stars towards something beyond. It was so pretty, so ephemeral, and so fragile.
ママ。
Kagari couldn't stop herself from crying out. It felt like if she didn't stop her, the stars would take her mother away.
かがりちゃん。てってるー。
ママ。
The tension started to drain from Kagari's body. Good. Mommy was acting normal now. There's nothing to worry about. Mommy would never leave her. Ever. When Kagari ran over, Mayuri lowered the hand as she'd reached out toward the sky.
どうしたの？どうしてここに呼んだの？
Mayuri smiled, slightly embarrassed, and spun the other way. Then she looked up at the time machine.
かがりちゃんはこれに乗ってきたんだよね。
急に何？そんなしみじみ言うことじゃ。
Her words caught at her throat. She realized that the time machine's hatch was open.
どうしてタイムマシンのハッチが開いてるの？
And then someone appeared from within the time machine. I mean, who else would it be? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
お前どうして？
それはこっちのセリフだよ。二人で何してるの？
まゆ姉さん、かがりには秘密にしておくって約束したじゃないか。黙っててごめんね、すずさん。まゆしーね、どうしてもかがりちゃんにはちゃんとお別れを言っておきたかったの。すぐ終わるから準備を進めておいて。わかった。終わったら乗って。
Suzu had disappeared back inside the time machine.
秘密？お別れ？準備？ママも鈴葉お姉ちゃんも何の話をしてるの？私全然わからないよ。本当は分かってた。本当はママからメッセージが来た時からもう分かってた。でも認めたくなかった。タイムマシンがまたかがりとママを離れ離れにしてしまうことを認めたくなかったの。
あのね、まゆしーはこれからすずさんと一緒にタイムマシンに乗るの。大事な人に目を覚ましてもらうために。
無理だよ。世界線は収束しちゃうの。ママや鈴葉お姉ちゃんがどんなに頑張ったって変えられない。誰にも変えようがないのよ。
そうだね。きっとまゆしーじゃ変えられない。
だったら。
でもね、オカリンは別なの。オカリンには未来を変える力がある。そのオカリンを、あの日のオカリンの背中をちょっとだけ押すぐらいならまゆしーにもできるはずだから。チャンスはあの日だけだから。
うまくいくわけない。
Kagari grabbed Mayuri's arm, but she smiled. Excuse me, wow, I butchered that. Hold on. Kagari grabbed Mayuri's arms, but she just smiled sadly.
それでもまゆしーはもう一度会いたいんだ。法王院京馬に、私の彦星様にもう一度会いたいの。
そんな。 でも本当は分かってた。
Ever since that day she got her memories back, Kagari's life had been truly happy. She lived every day in a peaceful Japan, with no war, and with Mayuri and the rest of the lab. Every day shined like a jewel, and she thought it would last forever. But she knew what that look in Mayuri's eyes had meant. She knew why, even when everyone was having fun, Mayuri always seemed kind of sad.
私はどうなるの？もしホカリンおじさんがシュタインズゲートへたどり着いたとして、そこでは戦争が起きないかもしれない。そうすればたくさんの人は救われるかもしれない。だけどそしたら私はママと会えないよ。
そんなことないよ。どの未来でだってマユシーとカガリちゃんは会えるよ。その世界ではカガリちゃんは一人じゃないかもしれない。本当のお父さんとお母さんがいて幸せに暮らしているかもしれない。でもマユシーはそれでもカガリちゃんに会いに行くから。それでね、カガリちゃんととっても仲良しになるから。だからカガリちゃんは何にも心配しなくていいんだよ。
私もママもお互いのことを忘れちゃうかもしれないんだよ。私のことを覚えていないのにどうやって会いに来てくれるの？絶対無理だよ。
マユシーにはきっとカガリちゃんがわかるよ。
なんでそんなことを言い切れるの？
だってね、それが運命だもん。マユシーとカガリちゃんの絆はどんなことにも負けたりしない。だから今の記憶がなくなっても絶対にマユシーはあなたを見つけ出すから。
ママ。
Tears like pearls fell from Mayuri's eyes, but she kept smiling at Kagari anyway. For the first time, Kagari realized how strong Mayuri Shina really was. She realized, even if Mayuri didn't, how tough and strong her will was. This girl, who seemed so small and fragile, believed in the power of the future more than anyone in the world.
じゃあ、そろそろ行くね。
Mayuri was about to get in the time machine. She could see Mayuri's legs shaking with each step up the ladder she took. She couldn't let this happen. It would just end up like that day in 2036. Kagari couldn't take that anymore. Kagari clung to Mayuri's body.
ママを過去になんて行かせない。ママの代わりに私が行く。
Kagari grabbed the phone that Mayuri was holding and then pulled down on her hard. Mayuri lost her balance and fell off the ladder, and Kagari leapt inside.
カガリ、お前正気か？
Kagari ignored her and leaned out of the hatch to smile down at Mayuri.
ママ！ホカリンおじさんは私が何とかしてみせる。だからそこで待ってて。カガリちゃん。鈴葉お姉ちゃん、ハッチを閉めて。
いいのか？わかった。
The hatch started to close. Mayuri was staring up at Kagari in shock.
カガリちゃん。
ママ、私ママのことずっと愛してる。過去も今も未来でも。
And then the hatch closed. She couldn't see her beloved mother anymore. She wiped away the tears, sat down in the bed. That was not what Suzuha was wearing. That was not what bro was wearing. Oh, wow. She wiped away the tears and sat down in the passenger seat and strapped herself in. Suzuha sat in the main seat and grinned.
まさかもう一度お前と乗ることになるとは思わなかった。
一番最初に戻っただけだよ。
最初とは大違いだ。あの時のお前はピーピー泣いてた。
鈴葉お姉ちゃんだってちょっぴり泣いてたくせに。
そうだな。行くよ、かがり。過去へ。
Suzuha tapped at the console and the whole seat started to shake. At the same time, a pale light began to shine from within the machine. The time travel was beginning. There was no guarantee it would work. She might never see Mayuri again, but she swore that she would make this succeed, as the daughter of Mayuri Shina. Oh, I thought it was the helicopter, the evil helicopter that destroys time machines.
探し物一つ星の笑う声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよ
No matter how far apart they were, that song would connect them together. Oh, I gotta mute it. I don't want to risk it. Oh wait, is it just? No, I don't want to risk it. Alright. There you go. That was Recursive Mother Goose. And I actually realized I misremembered the ending. So I actually thought that well, not thought. I always, well, no, I guess it was thought. I always thought that Recursive Mother Goose, instead of Kagari and Suzuha going back to the past, it was Kagari and Mayuri, which doesn't make sense because which one of them would control the console? It has to be Suzuha. But I think I just misremembered that her and Mayuri spent so much time together. Because I knew this was a Kagari-focused ending. I mean, you know, it's Recursive Mother Goose, it's Kagari and Mayuri. But it's interesting because of the fact that this is such a different tone compared to all the endings. Like, Twin Automata and Gehenna Stigma and what was the other one called? Vega and Altair. Those all have completely different tones. And of course that makes sense. You know, they're different types of endings. Gehenna Stigma is a very dark and hopeless ending. Twin Automata is a very bleak, bittersweet, but, you know, hopeful ending. And then, you know, Vega and Altair is hopeful. Very hopeful. Very, very hopeful, actually. But not in the sense that, like, oh, everything turned out great. No, it's hopeful in a bittersweet way, but, like, a lot of hope. A lot of hope. It's just interesting, though, because this ending such, like, it's a really sweet ending. It's a really sweet ending. And it explains a decent amount. The song doesn't really matter in the grand scheme, but it shows a bit of what was happening with Kagari. And, you know, the professor, what they were doing to her when she was younger. And that her and Kagari actually met, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Recursive Mother Goose. New item was added to the CG library. New wallpaper. Yep. Alright. Let's turn the audio back on. But nah, like that Recursive Mother Goose is a sweet ending. It is a sweet ending. So one of my favorites. I wouldn't say so, but it's definitely a sweet ending. I really enjoy it. Clear list. Yep. Kagari. Dang, it is the kid Kagari too. That's so cute. Wow. But yeah, Kid Kagari. Well, excuse me, you got Recursive Mother Goose, Twin Automata, Vega and Altair, and Gehenna Stigma. We're missing 2 endings. And as far as I remember, that's it for like the character endings on this route. All that's left is getting the end route for this route and then getting the true ending, which, you know, we'll see that when we get there. But someone in chat already said it, but well, not this stream, but last stream. Next ending is Promise for Nascimento. So the bad ending, you know, which was Leskedin's ending. Vega and Altair, which is Mayuri's ending, which really good ending. I that's generally still might be my favorite besides like Milky Way Crossing, but Promise for Nascimento as well is really good. So I hope you guys are ready for that one. That one's gonna take a little bit though. That one's gonna take a bit to finish. Like, it's gonna be crazy. But oh man, sorry, I'm just looking at the endings again. But yeah, no, like it's just crazy. It's crazy. We're almost done. We're legit almost done. 2 more endings and then we're done with the game. Like if I had to say it, well, actually no, Steins Gate 0 and Steins Gate Original are 2 different in terms of how they handle the ending routes. Where, well, you'll see. I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, almost 58 hours. Almost 58 hours. Almost 92% completion rate in terms of albums, and the tips, we're almost done. Only well, in reality only 9 more actually. Just trying to count it. But and tips, let's see, there's any more tips acquired, unread. Yeah, no, I've read all the tips so far. So yeah, is the audio? Turn it back on, right? I didn't. Yeah. There you go. I'm gonna go back to so the what's it called doesn't start playing. But yeah, the clear list. Yep. We're almost done. It's crazy, man. Cause what stream is this right now? I think it's a 16th stream. Playlist. VODs. Alright, so yep. No, 15th stream actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Did I miss something? 15 videos, but I have 16 VODs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, 15 VODs. So what the hell? How did I miscount? Again? How did I miscount again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is it because I haven't used that thumbnail yet? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's why. Because I haven't used that thumbnail yet. Which is funny considering I made the thumbnail today. But Lord knows I'm a forgetful dummy. But anyways, yeah, so. With that being said, now that we're significantly closer to the end of this game, actually, because like there's 15 streams. I don't think it'll go to 20. I don't think it'll be as long as Steins Gate Original. If I stream, because granted, I'm not going to be doing 4-hour streams consistently. It's not going to be a consistent thing. Usually expect like 2 to 3 hours around there. But even with that time, the game will probably be done like 19. Like I don't think this game will be longer than Steins Gate Original, because it hasn't been, and it won't be in terms of like the content here. Steins Gate Original is a long game, like at least in comparison to like yeah, right here, at least in comparison to this game. Like sure, I only had let me see, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Well, half of the streams were over 15, or it's easy over 3 hours though, so I can't even lie. Meanwhile, compared to this, 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7, only 7 of them have been, and I'm already almost done with the game. Again, no, it's just, I say all that to say is that Steins Gate 0 is a lot shorter than Steins Gate Original, so don't expect it to keep going for too long, unless if I just sell the bag and I do like an hour stream every video, but that shouldn't be the case. Next time I stream, I should be doing like a 2-hour, 3-hour stream. But you know, we shall see. We shall see. But yeah, so that being said, you know, thank you all for watching. Another stream in the history books, another ending in the history books at that. And granted, yeah, because last stream I didn't get an ending, but well, actually, yeah, this stream before that I did get an ending. I got Maho's ending, from what I remember. Yeah, I got Maho's ending in that ending, or in that stream. So far it's been 2 yeah, it's been, yeah, okay. But yeah, anyways, so with that being said though, again, thank you all for watching. Really appreciate you all watching this. Thank you all for sticking around. This stream was a long one, but you know, we won't, so really appreciate it. And until then, you know, 2 more earnings left, and then we'll be done, and then we'll move on to the next game, which I already know what I'm gonna play, so you know, just be ready for that. Also be ready for the video that will be coming for this game, because you know, I made a video for Steins Gate Original. I'm gonna make one for this as well. So yeah, until then, thank you all for watching, and I hope you